I am willing.
This hearing of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair can declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today, the House Oversight Committee will continue to examine the consequences of reckless and dangerous sanctuary policies that jeopardize public safety. 3 sanctuary state governors from Minnesota, New York, and Illinois are here to testify under oath about why they allow criminal illegal aliens to roam free in American communities. Let me be clear. Sanctuary policies do not protect Americans. They protect criminal illegal aliens. That is a fact that the Abraham family knows all too well. With us today is the father of Katie Abraham, Joe, and Katie's stepmother, Michelle. In January of this year, Katie was tragically killed in a car crash near the University of Illinois in Urbana. Urbana, like the state of Illinois, is a sanctuary jurisdiction. Katie's killer was a previously deported criminal illegal alien who was driving drunk. He fled the scene and the jurisdiction and was later apprehended by the U.S. Marshal Service in Texas. Katie was just 20 years old. She had a bright future ahead of her that was stolen from her and her very loving family. The illegal alien who took Katie's life should never have been allowed into our country. This was a preventable crime. Unfortunately, there are too many instances where criminal illegal aliens have harmed Americans. Behind me are photos of some of the many criminal illegal aliens that have been captured in Illinois, Minnesota, and New York. These criminals have been convicted of crimes including vehicular homicide of a woman, sexual abuse of children, slashing a victim with a machete, and carjacking, among many other crimes. It's absolutely sickening that sanctuary jurisdictions seek to protect these criminals rather than protect Americans. Instead of putting America first, the Biden-Harris administration deliberately dismantled the border security to unleash the worst border disaster in American history. Their radical policies allowed millions of illegals to flood into our country. Americans voted to end the Biden border crisis, and President Trump has delivered on his promise to secure the border. He has taken bold, decisive action to restore our sovereignty and make America safer with each passing day. And here in Congress, we are working to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill to fund U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement so it can carry out the mass deportation of criminal illegal aliens. Despite President Trump's efforts to secure the border and enforce the law, Democrat-run sanctuary cities and states are siding with illegal aliens. For today's Democrat Party, it seems unlimited illegal immigration isn't a failure of policy, it is the policy. And that agenda is being pushed at every level of government. And this comes at a steep cost to public safety, strains law enforcement resources, and imposes a massive financial burden on both federal and state taxpayers. That's not just bad policy, it is a serious oversight failure. Congress must confront this absurd reality. State and local officials are actively undermining federal immigration enforcement, even when it's aimed at making their own communities safer. It's time to determine what legislative action is needed to stop this subversion and restore the rule of law. It's growing more and more absurd every day. In recent weeks, we've witnessed a Democrat senator who traveled to a foreign country for a wellness check on a foreign MS-13 gang member, and now indicted human smuggler that ended with a photo op and margaritas on the rocks. The fervor among Democrats who take the side of illegal alien criminals grew so strong that I even had to deny a written request from members of this very committee to go on a taxpayer-funded junket to visit with this same MS-13 gang member. Earlier this year, I launched an investigation into the radical pro-illegal immigration policies of sanctuary jurisdictions. At an oversight committee hearing with some of our country's worst sanctuary city mayors earlier this year, the public was able to clearly see how they care more about illegal aliens than their own citizens. They have pledged not to cooperate with federal law enforcement officials, not even to hand over criminals in their custody who were originally arrested by their own local law enforcement officials for crimes. The absurdity does not stop there. Several of those local officials pointed the finger to laws and policies that their state governments put in place. I invited these governors here today because, as the chief executives of their states, they willfully ignore federal law, shield illegal aliens, and pass the cost of free services onto their hardworking taxpayers. It's hard to figure out whose side these governors are on. They shield criminals while their own citizens pay the price. Just a few weeks ago, Minnesota Governor Walz stood at a commencement podium and smeared ICE agents as, quote, Trump modern-day Gestapo, end quote. Comparing brave law enforcement officers who risk their lives to uphold federal law to Nazi thugs is not just wrong, it's vile and disgusting. I can only hope this reckless remark was not meant to incite violence. Assaults on ICE officers are already up 400% compared to this time last year. And we have witnessed repeated attempts at obstruction and assaults against federal law enforcement recently captured on video in California. Governor Hochul's sanctuary policies cost taxpayers billions to house, feed, and provide driver's license for illegal aliens while the cost of rent rises and hospitals are overrun. Her defiance of federal law invites crime to plague communities across the state. Governor Pritzker faces lawsuits for obstructing ICE as he turns cities like Chicago into havens for drugs and crime. He's yet another governor providing free care to illegal aliens that many of his own citizens lack. These governors handcuff law enforcement from doing their jobs, harbor predators, and call it compassion. It's not compassion, and it's costing lives, hurting Americans, and draining taxpayer money. Congress must consider whether to defund every single penny of federal dollars going to cities and states that prioritize criminal, illegal aliens over the American people. Americans want to return to common sense. The Trump administration and this Republican Congress aims to restore our safety and sovereignty. It's past time for these governors to put America first. I now yield to Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank our witnesses. Governor Walz, good to see you again. Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul, good to see you again. Ms. Perryman, thank you for your willingness to come before this committee and help us with our work. At this very moment, as we sit in this hearing and at the order of President Trump, the National Guard are on the streets of Los Angeles and active duty Marines are on their way. At Trump's order, Californians are now forced to navigate an active military zone in their midst as they try to go to work or decide if it's safe to send their kids to school. And because of Trump, no American city or state is safe as he lays this groundwork to take his militarization playbook nationwide. 2 days ago, he confirmed that he is considering invoking the Insurrection Act to expand the deployment of active duty military forces against civilians across this country, preparing for a future in which dissent is met with armed force and the machinery of war is turned inward on the American people. If unchecked, this marks not just a threat to our most sacred civil liberties, but a violent blow to American democracy itself. Last week in Los Angeles, peaceful Americans came out to protest the administration's cruel and illegal mass deportation operations in their neighborhoods. President Trump inflamed events on the grounds as an excuse to unleash the U.S. military on its own people, sending in 4,000 National Guard members without the approval of the governor. They chose Boston because it's a place of intellectual freedom and respect for cultural freedom. And that trust was apparently misplaced. Miss Ozturk's a Turkish national on a student visa to attend Tufts University. A video of that incident shows Ozturk walking along a public street in Boston, Massachusetts, my home city, when several masked figures just snatched her phone and backpack, handcuffed her, and hustled her into an unmarked vehicle. What's that sound like? What does that sound like? The Trump administration is putting extremism, cruelty, and chaos over protecting kids and families. Trump isn't focused on getting violent criminals off our streets. He's terrorizing our communities to fulfill deportation quotas with fathers and mothers, grandparents, and kids. And he's trying to strong-arm our city and state leaders to divert their limited resources away from serious public safety threats to instead focus on peaceful, law-abiding families, just as he has diverted federal resources away from combating drug trafficking, violent crime, and terrorism to fuel his lawless mass deportation campaign. Trump isn't trying to protect us. He's trying to divide us. It's us and them. He's trying to divide us. And some people are helping him. He's pitting neighbor against neighbor. But it's not immigrant kids who are about to kick millions of Americans off their health care. It's not them. And he's doing that to pay for a tax break for billionaires. And it's not immigrants who are using the military to silence Americans exercising their right to speak truth to power. These are not the strong and measured actions of the leader of a free country. They are the ruthless maneuvers of an aspiring autocrat hell-bent on consolidating power by any means necessary. This is disgraceful. It should not happen in this country. This is wrong. Deploying the military against a civilian population is wrong. And if we don't step up, this will continue. If we don't step up and declare what is right under our Constitution, then other cities, other citizens will meet this same fate. I'm proud of my Democratic colleagues who are willing to stand up to this thuggery. Trump is a wannabe gangster, and he's showing the world what he's about. And I'm proud. You know, my dad served in the Second World War. He fought the Nazis in Northern Africa. He fought the Nazis on the Italian peninsula. And I think he's looking down right now and he's happy that I'm fighting today's Nazis. He's proud of that. We all should be. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, Representatives Stauber, Finstead, Fishback, Emmer, Morrison, and Craig of Minnesota, Representatives Miller, LaHood, Davis, and Ramirez of Illinois, Representatives Stefanik, Tenney, Lawler, Goldman, Ocasio-Cortez, Gillen of New York, and Moskowitz of Florida are waived onto the committee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. Our witnesses today include the governors of 3 states. We want to welcome you all here. First, we have Tim Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota. He was sworn into office on January 7th, 2019. His second term began on January 2nd, 2023. Governor, welcome back to the House of Representatives. Next, we have J.B. Pritzker, governor of the state of Illinois. He was sworn into office on January 14th, 2019. His second term began on January 9th, 2023. I'm going to yield briefly to my colleague Raj Krishnamurthy for further introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for yielding. In Illinois, we like our pizza deep, our politics lively, and our budgets balanced. The last one used to be a miracle before Governor Pritzker took office. I know firsthand, as the son of immigrants who realized the American dream in Illinois, that immigrants make enormous contributions to our country. Governor Pritzker understands that too. His great-grandfather fled pogroms in Ukraine in 1881 and settled in Chicago to build a better life. That legacy has shaped his lifelong commitment to public service, justice, and opportunity. Before entering public office, Governor Pritzker built a successful business career and became a leading philanthropist supporting early childhood education and establishing the Illinois Holocaust Museum. Governor Pritzker has delivered historic investments in education, workforce training, infrastructure, technology, and clean energy, all while expanding paid leave, raising the minimum wage, and defending the rights of all Illinoisans. Governor, thank you for your leadership and for joining us today.
Yield back. Next, we have Kathy Hochul, Governor of the State of New York. She was sworn into office on August 24th, 2021. Welcome, Governor. And finally, we have Skye Perryman. She is the President and CEO of the Democracy Forward Foundation. Thank you all for joining us. Look forward to your discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please raise their right hand. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Governor Walz for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee. I'm proud to be here today as the governor of the great state of Minnesota. Wherever you go in this country, people tend to want the same basic things: safe neighborhoods, affordable household goods, meaningful work, good schools. That's what my administration has worked to ensure for our people, and that's what we've delivered. Under our leadership, Minnesota has been ranked the 4th best state to live in, the 2nd best state to raise a family in, and the 3rd best state for jobs. And when it comes to serious crime, Minnesota has hit its lowest level in over 3 decades, and we consistently have lower violent crime rates than the U.S. average. Now, we have a broken immigration system in this country. I think everyone in this room agrees with that. But nothing Minnesota has done to serve its own people stands in the way of the federal government managing border security and policies. While you've convened this hearing to explore the issue of so-called sanctuary states, Minnesota is not even a sanctuary state. Minnesota legislature has passed no such bill making Minnesota a sanctuary state, and I have signed no such law. Minnesota cooperates with federal authorities in a number of ways. When there's a convicted felon in our prisons, we ask about their immigration status and share that information with the Department of Homeland Security. We also cooperate with Homeland Security requests when there's a judicial warrant and when due process has been afforded by our Constitution has been served. But enforcing immigration law is not the role of local and state governments. The fact is, Congress has given federal agencies the authority to enforce immigration laws across this country. That includes Minnesota, and I support them doing so. It's the federal government's job to secure the border. That's why when I was in Congress, I visited the southern border and voted for bills that would have increased funding for Border Patrol, made it easier to hire qualified agents, and deployed advanced technologies to the border. Most importantly, I recognize that securing our border does not mean we sacrifice our constitutional values. Unfortunately, the cruel and misguided policies of this current administration fail to live up to those values. Minnesotans are angry with what they've seen happen to their neighbors. They're angry that the federal government has been snatching people up, putting them in prison, and deporting them without a shred of due process. There's been no notice, no meaningful opportunity to object, and according to the President, no way to get out of these overseas prisons once you end up there. And let's be clear, many of these are law-abiding Americans, people who have been granted asylum or promised protected status. In many cases, it seems these people were reported not based on a criminal behavior, but how they looked or what they've said and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even U.S. citizens, like a 4-year-old boy with cancer, sent to Mexico, away from his father, away from the medical needs, to a country he was not born in or had never been to. Americans deserve a sensible, humane, and effective immigration policy that reduces illegal immigration while protecting fundamental rights. Meanwhile, the administration continues to make life worse for hardworking Americans in a lot of other ways, trying to slash Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare, making basic household goods more expensive, and telling people they just need to do more with less. The American people deserve better. You all have the power to legislate, to investigate this administration's abuse and overreach, and protect the American people. And I have to say, I'm disappointed. At a crucial inflection point in our nation's history, Congress is choosing to spend its time trying to cast blames on states like Minnesota that have no hand in creating this crisis. While we may disagree on the best way to maintain border security and public safety, I know we should all be able to agree on a few principles: that everyone in America deserves due process, and that we live in a free country where people should not be locked up for exercising their basic constitutional rights. I hope you'll join me in enforcing accountability to those fundamental ideas, and I look forward to your questions. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Governor Pritzker for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for inviting me. As governor of the great state of Illinois, I have seen firsthand how states have had to shoulder the consequences of a broken immigration system. I'm proud of how we have responded by promoting public safety, treating people with dignity, supporting our economy, and respecting the rule of law. Safe and compassionate immigration policies, I believe, are vital. In fact, my own family owes everything to this country accepting a young refugee named Nicholas Pritzker to its shores over a century ago. My great-grandfather fled the massacre of Jews in Ukraine and arrived in the United States when he was just 10, without a penny to his name. A social service agency provided him a place to live, a public school taught him English, a public university allowed him to pursue a higher education. My father and grandfather both were naval officers and raised their families with a powerful sense of duty to community and patriotism to our country that still lives deep in my generation. Both were successful entrepreneurs. My family story is not unique. Today, Illinois is home to 1.9 million immigrants. Just like my great-grandfather, they are hardworking, raising families, and paying taxes. Our state and our country have been strengthened by people from across the globe seeking freedom, opportunity, and refuge here. Recently, children, pregnant women, and others fled poverty, violence, and persecution, seeking asylum at our border. Some border state politicians chose to treat them as political pawns, busing them to states like mine and dropping them off in the dead of night in the freezing cold. Illinois chose a different path. Faced with a humanitarian crisis, our state made sure children and families did not go hungry or freeze to death. By doing so, we helped to maintain safety and order in Chicago. As governor, one of my responsibilities is to keep the public safe. That is why I expanded our state police, banned assault weapons and ghost guns to take guns out of the hands of criminals, and invested more than ever before in violence prevention. As a result, violent crime is down in Illinois, and Chicago ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. As I have consistently said, violent criminals have no place on our streets, and if they are undocumented, I want them out of Illinois and out of our country. And as we are reminded in Los Angeles this week, we can all agree that violence of any kind, whomever it is directed at, is unacceptable. People must be held accountable to the law. Illinois follows the law, but let me be clear, we expect the federal government to follow the law too. We will not participate in abuses of power. We will not violate court orders. We will not ignore the Constitution. We will not defy the Supreme Court. We will not take away people's rights to peacefully protest. We also respect, and expect this administration to respect, the traditions and legal precedent that dictate how and when our National Guard and military are deployed. As governor, I've had to make the difficult decision to call the Illinois National Guard into service. I have always done it in partnership with my local governments and law enforcement, and with deep and abiding respect for the sacrifice I was asking of our volunteer armed forces. It's wrong to deploy the National Guard and active duty Marines into an American city over the objection of local law enforcement, just to inflame a situation and create a crisis. Just as it's wrong to tear children away from their homes and their mothers and fathers who have spent decades living and working in our communities, raising their families. Besides being a father and husband, the greatest honor of my life has been serving as governor. I believe with my whole heart that Illinois is the best place in the country to live, work, and to raise a family. Illinoisans take seriously their responsibility in upholding the most fundamental values of our nation, values like kindness, empathy, hard work, and fair play. Our people embody the most American ideal of all, that where your life began matters far less than the dreams you can realize here for yourself and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Governor Hochul for her opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of this committee, as we speak, an American city has been militarized over the objections of their governor. At the outset, I just want to say that this is a flagrant abuse of power and nothing short of an assault on our American values. My views on immigration are simple and direct. Our nation needs secure borders. Our nation needs comprehensive immigration reform from this body. And our state laws dictate that we cooperate with ICE in criminal cases. And our values dictate that we treat all law-abiding people with dignity and respect. The America I believe in is a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. Abandoning either threatens the very foundation on which this great country was built. You know, for 400 years, New York has prospered because of the hard work of these people, these newcomers. People like my grandfather who fled great poverty in Ireland. Grandma and Grandpa had the same American dream that the immigrants today have. I see it in their eyes. They're not here for handouts. They're not here to take advantage of the situation. They're here to work. They want to contribute, earn their place, raise their families. Yet, every day there's another story of children being ripped from the arms of their mothers, wives separated from their husbands, families arrested while attending legal immigration appointments. You know, not long ago in a small town known as Sackett's Harbor in upstate New York, masked and armed ICE agents stormed into a home before dawn. They abducted a mother, her 3 children, including a 3rd grader. They were cast into a living hell in a detention facility in Texas. I immediately contacted Border Czar Tom Homan and demanded their release. In Jefferson County, more than 60% of the residents voted for Donald Trump. And those people protested in the streets. Local Republican lawmakers, business owners, school leaders all spoke out. Finally, after 2 long weeks, the family was finally returned home. In New York, we understand the difference between going after criminals and traumatizing law-abiding families. Now, some of you will use this hearing to stoke fear. I'm here to talk about the facts. New York has managed an unprecedented immigrant influx because of a broken border. Yet at the same time, our state has become stronger and safer. Today, New York has the lowest homicide rate among the nation's top 10 states. We didn't achieve this with indiscriminate roundups, not by tearing apart innocent families, but by investing $2.6 billion in public safety, engaging in smart, targeted policing, and partnering with law enforcement, federal law enforcement, to apprehend and deport serious criminals. And since I've become governor, we've cooperated in handing over 1,300 convicted criminals to ICE. But what we don't do is civil immigration enforcement. That's the federal government's job. New Yorkers need their state troopers on our highways, seizing guns and drugs. States like mine are doing our part, but we can't be expected to fix the broken immigration system. You know, and the very people who go on cable news and rail about the border are the same ones who torpedo bipartisan legislation each and every time. So here's my message. If you truly care about public safety, if you truly care about the economy, if you truly care about human dignity, then sit down, negotiate, have real reform, secure the border, revive legal pathways, and let people work. At the end of the day, I'll go home and do my job keeping New Yorkers safe. I hope that you will do yours. Thank you.
And I now recognize the Democrat witness, Ms. Perryman, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Acting Ranking Member, for having me here today. And at the outset, let me offer my sincerest condolences to all of you for the passing and your loss of your colleague, Representative Jerry Conley. I'm here today as a lawyer and as the president and CEO of Democracy Forward Foundation, which is a national nonpartisan legal organization that is committed to achieving democracy and a nation that enables all people to thrive. At Democracy Forward, we represent people and communities who make up the very fabric of our nation on a pro bono basis in federal and state courts and regulatory bodies throughout the country. I know this is a hearing focused on immigration, and so I would like to say at the outset and echo the calls for bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform. I will also note that the rhetoric that we have heard the president and his allies use in recent days about immigrants and people in this country is inaccurate, overly politicized, and not solutions-oriented. Fundamentally, Democracy Forward Foundation's work centers on the premise that when the government does its job and delivers for people, our society is stronger. And when our government strays from that purpose, ignoring the Constitution, not achieving and respecting the fidelity of people's rights, our democracy and our people are in danger. Right now, based on the work that we are doing, I am here to say that our American people are in danger and that our democracy is in crisis. I am looking at these United States flags. We need to remember who we are. We right now have a president who has proclaimed without irony that he is a king in a nation that next year will celebrate 250 years since it threw off the reins of monarchy. Since Inauguration Day, the president and his administration have acted beyond the lawful bounds of executive authority. They have usurped the power of this Congress. They have sought to eliminate due process of law. They have ignored court orders, and they are targeting people, civil society organizations, and lawyers. These are anti-democratic actions that present an overall threat to every single American and their well-being and to our values in America. That is why at Democracy Forward Foundation, we have had to go to court to file more than 70 legal actions in federal and state courts and agencies and offices since Inauguration Day to protect the American people's rights. From stopping the president's federal funding freeze, to blocking the decimation of the Department of Education, to having to safeguard due process, to challenging DOJ and Elon Musk's attempts to access personal data on behalf of individual Americans, our team is in court every single day on behalf of people of all identities and ideologies, people in red states and blue states, people in small towns, urban areas, and rural communities. Our work at Democracy Forward demonstrates that the United States Constitution is still here, and it is here for all of us. This administration's tactics with regard to immigration enforcement that we have seen, they shock the conscience. They shock the conscience of the vast majority of the American people, including people who do not see eye to eye on how to fix our immigration problem in this country. They have led us to file and have to file litigation on behalf of religious communities to prevent ICE from entering houses of worship. We are litigating against policies that prolong the detention of individual immigrant children without their families. And of course, we are challenging the lack of due process afforded to our clients, men who were disappeared through an unlawful agreement between the government of El Salvador and the United States Department of State. All told, the courts have ruled against the current administration more than 170 times in less than 200 days because of the fast-moving harms and flagrant violations of the law and of our Constitution. And while this is a dire situation, our work demonstrates that the American people are determined to protect their rights. They are determined to use lawful and peaceful means of petitioning their government and, when necessary, of holding their government accountable. People have talked about their families, and last week was June 6th, which is, of course, the anniversary of when American troops landed on the beaches of Normandy in World War II. I, too, am the mother of a 9-year-old boy, and that 9-year-old boy's great-grandfather served in that battle, and many others throughout the European theater. But as I reflected last week, we don't need to be in Normandy to defend our democracy in June of 2025. We need to be here, in these halls, doing the work, in courts across the country and in our communities. And we do need to remember the essential and historical commitment that our nation made at the end of that war to advance democracy and to ensure that we never turn our backs on people who are fleeing persecution. I so appreciate you inviting me here today to participate in this hearing, and it is with a sincere hope that we can come together that I offer my testimony and comments.
All right, opening statements have concluded. We're now going to begin the questioning portion of today's testimony. And I'm going to begin with Governor Walz. Governor Walz, I thought that maybe your statement referencing ICE as Gestapo was an outlier statement, but now that Mr. Lynch has endorsed it, it appears that it could be some type of Democrat talking point. Governor, do you and other Democrat politicians understand why referencing ICE as Gestapo is offensive? I'm going to explain. The Department of Homeland Security is reporting that ICE agents are now experiencing a 413% rise in assaults. We've seen numerous videos of rioters obstructing and assaulting federal law enforcement after your remarks, including in Los Angeles. So, Governor, do you think that comments like that and rhetoric like that put ICE officers and other law enforcement in greater danger?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, any attack on law enforcement is unacceptable, wherever it's at, whether it's state, local.
So you understand, and I've got limited time here. I want to highlight for the governors that real-world impact of the policies that you all continue to defend, even in your opening statements, have on American families. Earlier this year in Governor Pritzker's Illinois, a previously deported illegal alien who had re-entered the country was allegedly drunk driving near the University of Illinois when he struck a car sitting at a red light and then fled the scene. The crash killed 2 young women, including Katie Abraham, whose father and stepmother are here today. And this is her poster. Katie had her whole life ahead of her, cut off in an instant. Governor Pritzker, this illegal alien should never have been here. He didn't just flee the scene. He fled the state and was apprehended by federal marshals in Texas using a false name. He now faces criminal charges for reckless homicide, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, and driving under the influence resulting in death. And he faces a federal indictment for having a fraudulent permanent resident card, a fraudulent Social Security card, and a fraudulent use of passport. Governor Pritzker, do you agree that this illegal alien who killed Katie should never have been in the United States in the first place?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me express my condolences to the family, and those are terrible circumstances. Let me also say that anyone who commits a crime in the state of Illinois—
I understand, Governor. Should that criminal have been here in the first place? Did he have a right to be in this country illegally?
If the person is a criminal of any sort, then they ought to be
So that person had a right to be in the United States.
They ought to be given their due process rights, and they ought to be convicted. And
The criminal who
Yes.
entered this country illegally, in your testimony, had a right to be in this country.
no, I'm suggesting to you that when and I have responsibility for the state of Illinois, I can tell you that it's the responsibility of the federal government to manage immigration in this country. And if you're suggesting that the federal government didn't do its job, that is up to you to
Let me ask you
determine.
this, Governor.
I can tell you that in the
Do you
state of
believe
Illinois—
do
we
you
follow
believe
the
that
law.
President Biden did his job in securing the border?
I was critical of things that President Biden did. I think I've been very public about that. I wrote a letter to the president telling him that.
Okay, thank you. Now back to Governor Walz. You were obviously selected by Vice President Harris to be your running mate in 2024. I'm curious, did you ever ask Vice President Harris about former President Biden's and then President Biden's cognitive decline?
No, not that I can recall, Mr. Chairman.
You saw President Biden's disastrous debate performance. I'm just curious, you never did comment to Vice President Harris like, wow, you know, he may not be on the top of his game. Nothing was ever mentioned to Vice President Harris? And the reason I ask, obviously, is because I know you watch CNN, and other networks have interviewed a lot of people, including Jean-Pierre and Buttigieg and others that have suggested that they were shielded from President Biden and weren't allowed to speak to him, and that you know, his mental decline was obvious. You never discussed that with Vice President Harris?
No, not that I can recall, Chairman. And I, as governor and then being on the ticket, I was probably more concerned with my own debate performance than President Biden's, so no.
Let me ask you this, Governor. Do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration secured the border? You mentioned it's the federal government's role to secure the border, to protect Americans from illegals entering the country, I guess. Do you think they did a good job of that?
I think the border has been broken for a very long time through many administrations. It's one of the reasons why Vice President Harris was advocating so strongly for the bipartisan bill that...
Did she mention her role as the border czar when you all were out campaigning? Or?
Not that I can recall, other than that we talked about the need to pass the bipartisan border legislation that would have done many of the things that, as a governor, I know would have made our jobs easier.
But President Trump secured the border without any legislation. I mean, that was kind of a myth that was in the media and a Democrat talking point, that we needed legislation to secure the border. The border's secure.
Everything's fixed?
That's step one. Step two is to deport the criminal illegals, and that's where we're facing obstruction in your all state. So I'm sure there are a lot more questions that will pertain to that. My time's expired. I now recognize Ranking Member Lynch for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's worth saying again that Democrats oppose violence and lawlessness in all its forms. I do want to point out that the vast majority of protesters have been peaceful. But the most egregious and sweeping displays of the use of force and lawlessness we see in the United States today, and the gravest threat to the rights and freedoms of those that we hold dear, are the acts of the Trump administration itself. President Trump and his administration have crossed the line over and over again, from January 6th, when this building was attacked at his direction, to invoking the Alien Enemies Act, to dismantling USAID, to ignoring court orders, to the attacks and threats against law firms that were protecting democracy. As in the 5 months since Trump took office and put the for sale sign over the White House, he's earned $2.9 billion on his crypto scam. I mean, to call this unprecedented, that word has lost all its meaning. He keeps making history, but the wrong kind. Just the act of sending the National Guard and troops and active duty Marines to L.A. was already an overreach. Supposedly, now we hear reports that those soldiers and Marines were sent to quell protests, but now are detaining civilians and are being trained to perform immigration enforcement functions. Ms. Perryman, what else could go wrong with the National Guard and Marines deployed in L.A.? What are the risks to the Americans who live, work, and exercise their right to freedom and to free speech there?
Well, I would just say that what our Constitution recognizes and how good government functions is really based on trust. And when we look at National Guards, it is the governors that often call the National Guards in. And so, of course, the fact that we are seeing a situation where the president has taken this step without cooperating with the governor and with local communities there is deeply concerning. And, of course, we know from history that could lead to escalations and could lead to violence that is really problematic for all of our communities across the country, including in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Ms. Perryman, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has talked about the deployment order, and he testified that this order, and I'm quoting him, this order is getting ahead of a problem so that if in other places, if there are other riots in places where law enforcement officers are threatened, we would have the capability to surge the National Guard there if necessary. Ms. Perryman, how does the President's broad order and the presumption before the fact that military force would be deployed. How does that pose a threat to other cities across the country?
Well, again, it appears to be an escalation, and the main thing that's really important to so many Americans across the country, as well as local law enforcement in so many areas, that local law enforcement is there to help people be able to peacefully protest. And so there are ways that people in this country can express their views. We don't all agree with each other. And right now you really see the White House, for whatever reason, I think escalating, maybe seeking to create some made-for-TV moments. It's not clear. But I do think that there is a lot at stake here, as you've heard this morning.
Thank you. I want to ask each of the governors, this is a general question. How could each of the governors answer briefly how President Trump's policies, his assaults on the rule of law and his interjection of military force into California, how that would threaten your states, especially where Secretary Hagel has said that he would support that expansion? Mr. Walz, Governor?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. Well, first of all, it's one of the federalism policy of this, especially when it comes to posse comitatus and the Insurrection Act. Governors are in charge. Our National Guard, as all of you know, serve in either Title 10 or Title 32 status under the role of governor. Right. And on all of these operations, the absolute pinnacle and the most critical piece is the coordination amongst them. And as a governor not being notified as local law enforcement, it creates a chaotic situation that they cannot operate as a joint unit. And governors are always there. We do it for floods. We do it for civil unrest. But doing it without causes immense danger, not citizens to, but to those very law enforcement officers who are then put in that chaotic situation.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
Local law enforcement are the ones who indicate to the governor or to their local officials who talk to the governor about their need for National Guard. And indeed, I've had that situation in the state of Illinois and called out the Guard when I needed to. I'm careful about when I do it, but again, when local law enforcement indicate that they want that backup or they need that support, we do it. Now, I have to say, when the President of the United States is calling out your National Guard over the top of local law enforcement saying that they don't need it, that they have things under control, it tends to have an inflaming effect on what's going on the ground, just when local law enforcement and officials are getting things under control. And I think that's what we saw in Los Angeles.
Governor Hochul?
Those actions absolutely undermine the sovereignty of individual states. States' governors are the commanders-in-chief of the National Guard. They know what to do. As you've heard from my colleagues, we have deployed them in a number of occasions. But undermining confidence in local law enforcement, you're basically saying that there's not a belief that the highly trained individuals of our municipal police departments, like Los Angeles and the city of New York, for example, can handle their jobs. I have more confidence in our law enforcement than perhaps the president does, and we ought to step back and say this is an overreach of epic proportions.
Thank you. Chair recognizes.
Thank you for your courtesy on the time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stefanik from New York.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, on your first day in office, you signed Executive Order 1. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
And you extended this executive order not once, not twice, but 3 times, most recently January 16th this year. Is that correct?
If that's what your facts show, I signed countless executive orders.
I would
and
assume you'd
policies
know
and
it's
laws.
Executive Order 1. And this is a continuation of your predecessor's sanctuary state policies, correct? Is included in that.
I want to be sure we are defining sanctuary state properly.
I'll define it for you. It is the policy of the state that state officers or employees shall not disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement. It goes on to say, law enforcement officers may not use resources, equipment, or personnel for the purpose of detecting and apprehending any individual suspected or wanted for violating a civil immigration office. Law enforcement officers have no authority in the state of New York to take any policy action solely because the person is an undocumented alien. That's a quote in your executive orders that you extended. Now, do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to get back to the first part
No,
of
I'm
your
asking a question. Do you know who
Well,
Sakir Akan is?
I want to make sure you understand that this simply says that we will cooperate with ICE.
No,
in
it does
all-
not say that. I read what it
We will
says, and let me talk to you about the results. Do you know who Sakir Akan is? You should, as the governor of New York State. Do you know?
Refresh my recollection.
He was an illegal migrant in New York. And do you know what crime he committed in addition to being here illegally?
No, I do not.
You do not. This was widely reported. He found a 15-year-old girl, threatened her with a metal pole, told her to get into the back seat of his car. He took her clothes off, and he violently raped her in Albany, New York. Do you know who Sebastian Zepeda Khalil is?
I'm sure you'll tell me there's many cases, whether they're
These are
here-
high-profile cases.
Yes.
New Yorkers know about them, and you don't. So let's talk about Sebastian Zepeda Khalil. Do you know who that is?
I don't have the specific details at my disposal, no.
Well, this is an illegal migrant in New York because of your sanctuary state policies. Do you know what crime he committed?
I'm not familiar at this moment.
I bet you're going to be familiar when I remind you. He found a sleeping woman on the subway, lit her on fire, and burned her alive. This is in Kathy Hochul's New York. And as I'm sure you are aware, and I'll remind you, that ICE issued an order to detain this violent criminal, but that was rejected by New York officials due to sanctuary state laws. Now, do you know who Raymond Rojas Basilio is?
I just want to say this. These crimes are horrific.
Because of
condemn
your
them,
because of
and I
your
would say
sanctuary state policies.
In all of these cases, we would work with ICE to remove
You did
them.
not in this case. They are
If they need
walking
our
on the
assistance.
streets because of your policies and your executive order that you signed 3 times. Now, Raymond Rojas Basilio, do you know who that is?
I'm telling you this. I will
You don't know
explain to
who
you
it
the
is.
policies of New York. We cooperate with, I know you're just
You do
trying
not.
to.
You do not. Specifically, ICE was told not to detain this individual, and he burned a woman alive on the New York subways in Kathy Hochul's New York. So I will keep on going. What about Raymond Rojas Basilio? Do you know who that is?
I'm going to tell you our overall policy, which will address all this.
I'll tell
We
you
do
who
not-
that is. He is an illegal who molested an 11-year-old in our state because, again, of your sanctuary state policies. This illegal was shielded from federal immigration enforcement and able to commit this heinous crime. And what about Wilson Castillo Diaz? Do you know who that
I am
is?
telling you this. We do cooperate fully with ICE in criminal prosecution. Our sanctuary
You're not advocating for
regulations
these victims.
only deal
This
with
is a
civil
5-year-old who
enforcement.
was raped
Civil
on Long
enforcement.
Island in Nassau County. You are not advocating on behalf of these victims. You are shielding illegals. Even in your opening statement,
That is
you
not true.
prioritize putting illegals first.
That is not
Rapes
true.
of young girls, beatings of NYPD cops by illegals who are here under Kathy Hochul's failed policies, burning New Yorkers alive. This is Kathy Hochul's New York. It's one of the many reasons why you're hemorrhaging support from hardworking New York
These are
families.
horrific crimes, and they're
They're
heartbreaking.
horrific crimes that are committed on your watch. You signed this executive order on your first day in office. You signed it again and again this January. We deserve a governor who stands up for law-abiding New Yorkers, doesn't put illegals first, but actually puts New Yorkers first. I appreciate
Rather than
the
going
chairman's-
after the viral moment, I suggest you
No,
look
no,
at the
no.
facts.
I'm standing up for New Yorkers.
No.
Rather than addressing the illegals in New York, you are prioritizing your far-left sanctuary state policies, which you put in place with executive orders. Instead of advocating for
cooperate in
victims,
all
a
those
5-year-old
cases.
who
We
was raped,
cooperate with ICE.
you did not. They were released
We
because
cooperate
of
with
sanctuary
ICE.
state
We
policies in New
cooperate
York
with
State.
law
No
enforcement.
amount of words is going to clean up your failed record and these horrific crimes committed in sanctuary state that you created. And with that, I
Your
yield back.
representation, the facts,
Gentlelady
absolutely false.
yields back.
Absolutely
Chair
false.
recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be real. Since the start of the Trump administration, each day has been more nightmarish than the last. But in the past few days and weeks, we have seen a significant escalation of Trump's mass deportation agenda. On May 29th, a 9-year-old child and his father were reportedly detained in Torrance, California, and separated from one another by ICE. A 4th grader ripped from the only community he knows and from the arms of his father. We have kids who are afraid to go to school, afraid that ICE will grab them, and their families from school grounds, and afraid their parents will not be there when they get home. Schools are supposed to be safe havens for our children that foster learning and growth. Instead, the Trump administration is deliberately weaponizing them, terrorizing children and families with its immigration policies and threatening more than 600,000 students, kids with detention and removal. President Trump has called for an end to birthright citizenship, a constitutional right recognized since the end of slavery. He has cut federal contracts that give 2-year-olds representation in immigration court. He has ripped the children who are immigrants and United States citizen from schools, their friends, their neighborhoods, and their homes. There is no other way to spin this. President Trump is waging a cruel and deliberate war against children. Ms. Perriman, do all children residing in the United States have a constitutional right to attend public schools regardless of immigration status?
They do.
Ms. Perriman, how is President Trump going further than past presidents in authorizing ICE to carry out enforcement activities in schools, hospitals, and places of worship?
Yes, I mean, this is what brought us to court on behalf of the Baptists and the Quakers and the Sikh communities and other religious communities that are having to challenge this. For more than 30 years, the country had a policy that prevented indiscriminate enforcement activities at what we call sensitive locations. That includes houses of worship, and it includes schools. We saw in the early days of this administration, the Department of Homeland Security rescind that policy and endanger people, all people, not just immigrants, but people who are seeking to engage in communal worship, people who are seeking to go to school, and to be present in other sensitive locations like hospitals.
Governor Walz, what does it mean for children in Minnesota if ICE comes to their classrooms?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Minnesota prioritizes education. We're proud of our education system. We're proud that when students come to school, they get a good meal, they have well-qualified teachers, and it's a place where it's safe. It's a safe place where they can learn. We prioritize it because our economy depends on it, and it's the right thing to do. Disruptions at places like school, when ICE is free to operate in Minnesota within the laws, but to disrupt schools, to disrupt and come to those schools, not only the impact to that individual student, but to the entire learning environment in those schools are disrupted by it. And again, we agree with everyone here, those committing crimes is where we need to focus, but being on campuses in elementary schools is not getting at that.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker, when ICE detains and arrests parents as they drop off kids at school, how does this affect educational outcomes?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me begin by saying that, as you may know, under President Trump, ICE showed up in Chicago nearly immediately and began terrorizing our neighborhoods, our schools, and parents. Indeed, many parents felt like they needed to go into hiding, even though their children needed to go to school every day. And so disrupting that environment, frankly, not just for the children, but for the parents and for teachers and the entire school community, it is something that, we believe in Illinois in educating all of our kids, making sure that they get what they need in our public schools. In fact, we've invested significantly in making sure the results have been very good. 8th graders in Illinois rank 2nd in reading in the entire country. 8th graders in Illinois rank 5th in the country in mathematics. And it's because we have a safe environment, but not when Tom Homan brings Dr. Phil with the overreach of force with ICE to disrupt our education system, and particularly our elementary schools.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, Mr. Emmer from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back to Washington, Governor. I'm going to run through a series of facts before I get to my questions, so let's get started. Governor Walz, you signed the Health and Human Services Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023. That bill expanded Minnesota Care to provide free health care to illegal aliens. You signed the Higher Education Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023. That bill allows illegals to have their college tuition paid for by the state. You signed the Driver's License for All Act into law in March of 2023, and that bill allows illegals to receive driver's licenses. So, you claim you're not a sanctuary state. You just provide free health care, free college, and driver's licenses to illegal aliens. One reason you're here testifying before us today is because you refuse to cooperate with ICE. While states like Florida and Virginia empower their law enforcement to detain and remove criminal illegal aliens, you, sir, have done just the opposite. Your Attorney General is directing law enforcement to ignore ICE immigration detainers. Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you again, and thank you for being here. First, I would say as my job as governor of Minnesota is to make Minnesota the best state in the
Do
nation.
you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Congressman, what I would say on this is that Minnesota follows all law. I would say
It's a very easy question. And
The
again,
guy-
if you claim you're not a sanctuary state, you just claim that you support policies. You're not a sanctuary state, but you support policies that prevent ICE from doing their job.
Congressman,
Isn't that right?
That is incorrect, Congressman. We follow the same laws when
Well,
you were in the Minnesota
sir,
House. The law
sir,
has not changed,
if
sir.
you'll allow me, I've got limited time. Well, that's what you tweeted, by the way, sir. And on May 23rd, 2018, you tweeted, quote, "I support policies that keep law enforcement from enforcing federal laws," close quote. On May 17th, just this spring, at the University of Minnesota Law School's commencement ceremony, you said, quote, "Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets." When you said the words modern-day Gestapo, you were referring to ICE agents. Gestapo, by the way, sir, was the official secret police of Hitler's Nazi Germany. So you're calling ICE agents modern-day Nazis. Given the attacks on ICE agents that took place in Los Angeles over the weekend, don't you regard your dangerous inflammatory rhetoric as a problem?
The questions do you want me to answer first?
So, sir, it saddens me that you refuse to express regret from comparing ICE to Nazis. ICE agents are brave Americans who get up every morning, leave their families, and put their lives in harm's way to protect our country, sir. You, at the very least, owe an apology to these dedicated public servants. I will say, sir, inflammatory rhetoric such as yours and the other governors on this panel is responsible for putting a target on the back of every ICE agent who is risking their life to protect our communities. Minnesota is all too familiar, by the way, with the chaos that ensues when you refuse to work with law enforcement to enforce the law. In May 2020, looting, acts of violence, and arson occurred on your watch in Minneapolis after you refused to bring in the National Guard. Governor, your agenda is clear: free health care, free college and driver's licenses for illegals while handcuffing law enforcement when they're trying to protect our citizens and their communities. If you think that's not a sanctuary state, you shouldn't be governor. By turning Minnesota into a magnet for illegals, you have opened up our communities to dangerous criminals, including known terrorists, gang members, murderers, and child predators. You have sent a resounding message that if you're a hardworking, law-abiding citizen of Minnesota, your safety and well-being are not the priorities of Tim Walz and his administration. But if you're coming to our state illegally, you're not only welcome with open arms, you're entitled to free stuff on the taxpayer's dime. This is absolutely disgraceful. Governor Walz, your sanctuary state agenda has been defined by your utter failure. You have failed to enforce the rule of law. You have failed to uphold our national sovereignty. And most importantly, you have failed the people of Minnesota. The time for radical sanctuary state policy, sir, is over. The voters made that clear last November when they elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. You remember him, don't you? Governor, the time for real leaders and real leadership is now. And with that, sir, actually, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the governor's tweet that I referenced from May 23rd, 2018, which makes it clear his hatred for federal law enforcement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
recognizes Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have a unanimous consent request, and I'd like to present both of those to you at the same time.
Proceed.
Okay, I ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record an article from The Hill of the 8th day of June, Latinos for Trump co-founder blast inhumane immigration arrest.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir. And the second one is from the Independent of May the 28th. Trump ordered a critically ill 4-year-old Mexican girl to leave the country. Experts say she could die in days. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cristomorte from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor Pritzker, when it comes to immigration, you've been clear that Illinois follows the law. I'd like to go into this issue just a little further. First, there's been a lot of misinformation about the Illinois Trust Act. As you know, this is the 2017 law signed by then Republican Governor Bruce Rauner, which requires state agencies to cooperate with ICE when it presents a criminal arrest warrant for an individual, correct?
Congressman, yes, that's correct.
And just to be clear, the Illinois State Police, the Department of Corrections, and other Illinois agencies must cooperate with ICE when they present a criminal arrest warrant, correct?
And do every single time.
This is Illinois law.
Yes,
Donald
it is.
Trump may not like state law, as we are seeing in California, but what Donald Trump likes is irrelevant. The law is the law. The Wall Street Journal reports that ICE's recent raids in California, including at a Home Depot in the LA area, were organized because the administration was falling way short of its cruel goal of deporting thousands of people per day. Politico said this is, quote, the standoff that Trump wanted. There's another reason why Trump has provoked the current situation in California. He doesn't want to talk about what he calls the big, beautiful bill and what I call the large, lousy law. So let's talk about what Trump doesn't want to discuss. What Trump doesn't want to discuss is that his large, lousy law cuts $625 billion in Medicaid, a program that insures millions of Americans. Governor Walz, in a press release on Medicaid cuts, you said, quote, the victims of these cuts will be families, children, veterans, rural Americans, and pregnant moms. That's what you said, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And Governor Hochul, in a recent op-ed, you wrote, even if you don't rely on Medicaid, these cuts affect you. Because when millions lose coverage, hospitals and other vital health care institutions lose funding. And that strains the entire system. That's what you wrote, right?
That is correct, sir.
Governor Pritzker, cuts in the large, lousy law are going to leave upwards of 700,000 Illinoisans without health insurance. Isn't that correct?
Yes, people will die.
Trump's large, lousy law adds trillions to the national debt as well, which could force $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare, in addition to the cuts in Medicaid that we just referred to. And of course, Medicare is a program that every senior relies on. Let me turn to my final topic. Governor Pritzker, President Trump has called Illinois, quote, a poorly run state. But the truth, of course, is the opposite. Governor, Illinois has had 7 consecutive balanced budgets, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And our credit rating has been raised 9 times in the last 6 years, correct?
After 21 downgrades under Republican and others.
And it now stands at an A rating, right?
It does.
In contrast, under President Trump, every credit agency has downgraded America's credit rating below the top level, the first time in history that's happened. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Trump and others claim the federal government props up Illinois. But in reality, we're one of 13 states in the country that actually give more tax revenue to Washington, D.C. than we receive in return. Now, let me turn to some of the reasons why Illinois is a donor state and not a taker state. Illinois has a $1.1 trillion economy. We produce the most soybeans in America, and we're the #2 producer of corn, right?
That is correct.
We're the #2 manufacturing state in the country.
We are.
And we're the #2 destination for corporate expansions and relocations, right?
And Chicago is #1.
Thanks to you, we have the world's first quantum and microelectronics park, correct?
That's right.
And we're ranked top in the Midwest for workforce development, correct?
Yes, we are.
And startups.
That's right.
Illinois is the heart and soul of America, Governor. It's where the cell phone was invented, was home to the first McDonald's, and was the home of amazing leaders, Lincoln, Reagan, Obama, Grant, even Superman, and yes, the Pope. And here's a picture of the Pope wearing a Chicago White Sox cap. The next Pope's going to be a Cubs fan.
There you go.
Illinois has terrific jobs, people, and pizza. Some may even say that God is on our side, Governor. I'm proud to be from Peoria. I'll always stand up for Illinois, loud and proud. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, third paragraph, second sentence in your written testimony, you said New York State cooperates with U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement in criminal cases. Governor, who's Jesus Romero Hernandez?
Thank you. I want to reaffirm that we do cooperate in cases where,
That wasn't the question. I just read your statement. I can read your statement. Who is Jesus Romero Hernandez?
I don't have the details on every
I'll
single
tell ya.
person in a state of 20 million people.
I understand, but this guy's a citizen of Mexico, deported 7 times, came to your state, assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, then when he was in custody, assaulted a corrections officer. ICE finds out this guy is in your state's custody, and they send you a detainer. You're familiar with a detainer, right?
Yes, I am.
Notice of action, immigration detainer to Tompkins County Jail from Syracuse Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Section 1, they check a couple boxes. The first one they check is a final order of removal against the alien has taken place. That means a court has said this guy needs to go. This machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy needs to go. Then they also check another box and they say biometric confirmation of who this individual is, this alien's identity. So they got the right guy and a court has said he needs to go. Any idea what Tompkins County Jail decided to do with that detainer order?
I will tell you this, the state
No,
of
it's a specific question.
Well, I'm
What
telling you-
did Tompkins County do?
the descriptions you have put forth are absolutely chilling and disturbing and
course they are.
reprehensible to all of us. My job is to
which
protect
is
the
why I'm
people of New
asking the
York.
question. What
And
did
this-
Tompkins County do?
What I have
I
responsibility for
will tell you,
are
since you're not going to
state
answer,
courts,
we
state
cannot
police.
and will not hold Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah.
We can't keep the machete guy who had choked a police officer and assaulted a corrections officer. We can't keep him. In fact, we have the back and forth from Tompkins County and ICE on January 28th of this year, 8:56 p.m. Tompkins County tells ICE, we're not going to hold this guy. 7 minutes later, ICE responds back, we will be there to take custody this evening. 24 minutes later, Thompson County reiterates, we're not going to have him. We're not going to turn him over. 10:45. ICE arrives at the jail. 1 hour and 18 minutes later, and guess what? Mr. Hernandez is not there. They couldn't wait 1 hour and 18 minutes for a guy who assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, and then when in custody, assaulted corrections officers. That is sanctuary policy in a nutshell, and that is what your state supports, and so do these other governors. That is what is so wrong, why the American people hate this concept.
You're conflating what the state of New York does is I control state police and prisons. We have turned over 1,300 people.
So you disagree with it?
We turn over
Did the sheriff
1,300
make the wrong
people.
call?
Those are local policies that we would not have done in the state of New York. State of New York, that is
So
a
you're
local
saying the sheriff's
decision.
wrong?
I would say this, if it happened in a state prison, we have already turned over 1,300 people. And in
Sheriff in
fact,
Tompkins County,
I
a
want to say
Democrat or
this.
Republican, Governor?
There
Hochul?
have
Any
been
idea?
times, excuse
The
me,
sheriff in Thompson County, a Democrat or Republican?
excuse me, there have
No,
been
excuse
times
me, I
when-
ask the questions, you give the
Well, I'm
answers. Is he a
asking
Democrat or
for a
Republican? Do you
second.
know?
I'm asking for this moment to explain that I'm sometimes
I'm
waiting for
asking,
ICE
is he a
to come
Democrat
pick
or
up
Republican,
people.
and do you agree
I
with the
believe
actions
he's a
he took?
Democrat.
Do you agree with the actions he took? How about that question?
They are in conflict with what the state of New York would do.
Well, maybe they're scared. By the way, he is a Democrat sheriff. Maybe the county guys are a little scared because you said this. I'm quoting from, it looks like the New York Times. We all know you can trust them. This is last month, May 25th. You said we have some counties that are renegade counties and work with ICE. Maybe they're nervous of being called a renegade county by their governor. So the Democrat sheriff says, we're not going to keep the machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy. We're not going to keep him here for you to get here. We can't even wait an hour and 18 minutes. Oh, you know what else was interesting in this case? You know what else was interesting? There was actually an arrest warrant from United States District Court, Northern District of New York, signed by Judge Wiley Danks, magistrate from Syracuse. There was an arrest warrant, and they still couldn't keep him.
The state of New York cooperates. We cooperate in removal of individuals who've served time. We respond to detention. You're confusing, and maybe there's a lesson in civics here that's necessary.
Will you say on the record, right here, I got 12 seconds. Will you say on the record, was Tompkins County wrong in the actions they took on January 25th, 2025, when they wouldn't hold the guy for 1 hour and 18 minutes?
Those are not the policies that we would have in the state of New York. Those are not the policies we would have in a.
Were they wrong? Should they have turned that guy over to ICE? It's a simple question, Governor.
That was a horrible situation. The person should not have been out there. And
it's a horrible situation, but it's a yes or no question.
It is a response that this is a locality.
Do you agree or disagree?
In the state of New York,
Agree or
the person
disagree?
should have been held.
Yes or no?
The person should have been held, and in the state of New York, we would have turned him over. That is in conflict with what we would do as a state
appreciate
with
the chair's
respect to
indulgence. I
prison.
yield back.
And I want to know why ICE won't come and pick up the individuals who have served time in our state. I have cases where they have not even shown
Governor,
up.
a court order and a detainer for a guy who did the things Mr. Hernandez did, and Tompkins County can't hold him an hour and 18 minutes, and you won't say that's wrong?
I have said we cooperate when there's a criminal case where someone has committed a
This is
crime. We
sanctuary
turn them
policy.
over.
This is sanctuary policy in a nutshell. You won't even
You're
condemn something that anyone
mischaracterizing.
with common sense knows is ridiculous.
You're mischaracterizing the
Chair-
laws of the state
I
of
had the
New York.
facts here.
That's
Oh,
all
can I
right.
do one other thing, Mr. Chairman? Now he's been rearrested, and guess what? This guy who's now been rearrested, there is imminent danger that this inmate will do injury
give
to
him a
himself
minute.
and to others and presents a threat to safety, security, and good order of the facility, so he's not permitted to leave his cell. So this guy's not even allowed out of his cell, but they let him out on the street a few months ago. That's how ridiculous this is.
When he does leave his cell, it'll be go back to
Gentlemen,
his country under our
time's
orders
expired.
for deportation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume, and I'll give you an extra minute.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 unanimous consent requests that I hope would not count against my time.
Okay, we won't.
Okay.
Clock stop.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Forbes magazine entitled "Trump Team Focuses Deportations on Immigration Numbers, Not on Criminals,"
Without objection, so ordered.
and an article from the Rolling Stone from the 6th of last month entitled "Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer."
Without objection, so ordered. That's a good diversity of sources, the
It is. Rolling
Forbes
Stone
and Rolling
Forbes,
Stone.
yes.
I like that. All right,
Thank
proceed.
you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple of things on the record and then some observations. I don't know that I necessarily have any questions, but I do have some observations and a statement. I think before we let this get out of control, everybody on this side of the aisle is against violence of all forms. Everybody on this side of the aisle finds that to be unacceptable. We believe that convicted criminals who are incidentally illegally here and have been convicted should have no safe harbor. And we believe that victims of criminals should have our collective prayers and empathy. So this is not about Democrats not having a balance or about Democrats supporting something that is not right. The other thing that I want to say is that I find something eerily chilling about what's going on here. And what's chilling about it is that if I take myself out of 2025 and roll myself back in time, some of the hatred that I see displayed under the guise of good government just scares the hell out of me. We're not that far away from situations that existed where things like this affected other groups. And I'm not talking about anybody that's a convicted illegal criminal. I'm talking about innocent Americans who live in our neighborhoods, who do the work that we won't do, who abide by the laws, who play by the rules, who love their new country and who cherish their faith. Because if we just roll this clock on the wall back 75 years, we'd be looking at a time in Nazi Germany where people ran around with signs, like this new ICE sign that says report all foreign invaders to ICE, with Uncle Sam there holding up the sign. This could have been a Gestapo member 75 years ago, report all Jews. 100 years before that, it could be a plantation owner that said report all Negroes and all coloreds and all those who are from Africa, because they are disrupting our country. So let's not get it twisted here. We in this country are not pure and pristine. We had runaway slave laws to get the people who ran away from slavery. We had 50 years of black codes where you got fines and you got rewards and you got all sorts of things if you did or did not do something to report black people. After 150 years of slavery and 100 years of segregation and 100 years of Jim Crow after that, you could be arrested for anything in this country not that long ago. I remember when the National Guard was deployed in 1968, and I walked out of my house facing fixed bayonets with men in uniform, not knowing what the hell they were there for, but obeying the chief executive officer of this country. And I know what it's like to face a bayonet and to face a National Guardsman. And I've seen the tension that it brought about and how that group of demonstrations across this country continue to go for days and days and days. And so don't give me something about, there's something about these people because they're immigrants. No, there's something about them because they're people, and like all groups, they've got bad people in them. I could have been arrested 75 years ago for walking into a restaurant, for drinking out of a water fountain, for being accused of looking at a white woman like Emmett Till did in 1955, and he was burned and lynched in this country. When future generations peer through the telescope of time, I hope that they look at us and realize that there are some who chose not to shirk their responsibility, not to run away from the reality and to face it head on. You know, not too long ago, I went to visit a proud lady who this year will celebrate her 149th anniversary. And she stands today, even as we sit in this hour. In her left hand is a great torch. And in her right hand, guess what? She clings the Declaration of Independence close to her breast. And on her head is a crown of spikes, and on her feet broken shackles, symbolizing freedom from tyranny, the tyranny that so many immigrants faced before coming to this country. And as that plane flew over, I could still hear her cry out through silent, concrete lips, saying, "Send me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses who yearn to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore," she says. "Send those, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. For I left my lamp beside the golden door, that all of you and all of you and all of you might follow." And so we came. Some took the circuitous route, some came for a thrill, and some of us came against our will. But we came and became what we are today as a nation. And we must never lose sight of the things that make us great or the things that take away from our greatness. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money for
the cost of
your
illegal
state.
immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the federal government's
I'm
cost to
asking
the
you if
state
you
of
know who
Illinois as a
Franklin
result of the
Jose
failed
Pena Ramos is.
immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. You should. Those are two men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our communities?
Sir,
Yes or no question.
Before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be
Why
apprehended.
did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected officials?
When you say illegal
I'm
aliens,
asking
these
you,
are
should
people
these
who are
people have been
given
welcomed and
asylum.
helped into our communities?
People who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were
That's
asylum
from
seekers
your
who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And
There
then
were
they went
asylum
on and
seekers.
murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who
Nunnery.
commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state.
And
of
you think
Illinois.
they should have been welcomed into our communities before they did?
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime
You can
that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the Organized Communities Against Deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not.
Is this a
support
reflection of
abolishing
your
an
moral
immigration
values?
force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear. Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's
sir.
just a yes or no question.
Why are you
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding. I'm sorry?
Do you think men should be allowed in women's restrooms?
I'm not sure why this has come to this
You
issue. It has
tweeted
nothing
that
to do
as
with
a
immigration.
protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Not that I can recall ever, sir. No.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir, I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has nothing
I'm
to
asking
do
you,
with
you're
today's hearing.
advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did. You said everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
I can tell you that you are
Do you regret
politicizing
saying
this
this?
in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you
the
regret
failure of the federal
encouraging men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
women don't
the
want you in
subject
their-
that you
in their
invited us here
bathrooms?
for? So you're admitting that this is just a political circus.
No,
Is
I'm
that what you're doing?
asking you
This
because
is
you put
nothing
this
to do
on
with
the
immigration
internet for everybody
and
to
really
see.
about you grandstanding.
I'm asking you, have you ever considered that women don't want you in their bathrooms? That's a private space that they don't want you or any other man in.
Congressman, let's talk about
You
your
can't say that
failure to
normal
vote
people can
for
say that
Medicaid.
they
In
don't-
fact, you want to
that
take
they don't
Medicaid
think
away.
men should be in
and
women's
SNAP
restrooms.
And
That's a
veteran
very
services.
straightforward question.
You apparently want people
And you're
to die
encouraging men to
in the
use
United
women's
States
restrooms
because you
where there
want to
could be
take healthcare
underage
away.
girls. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, if we're going to
Do you think that's
politicize
normal?
this, let's talk about what you're doing to people in
you
this
think that
country
that's normal?
by virtue of your votes.
All right, let's move on.
with
Let's
President
ask,
Trump.
do you support Hamas's agenda?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking, is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking
Because
me
your
about something in an
administration
organization.
gave money to this organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are
You didn't
our
have to
rights
give
and
money to
freedoms.
the Muslim Civic Coalition
People
to
have
march
the
and
right
call,
to express themselves.
to
That-
stop the
we don't-
U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. That was your choice.
I know
that was your
Republicans want to
administration.
take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois, and I
They've
do
got
not
the
believe
right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious about public safety. It's not serious about solving immigration challenges. It's only serious about blatantly violating constitutional rights, stoking fear, and demonizing immigrants for political gain. That's why Trump is weaponizing ICE to recklessly and lawlessly target immigrant communities. And here's the reality. 2 weeks ago, I met with community leaders from across my district. Multiple Hispanic faith leaders told me the same thing. Their congregants, regardless of immigration status, are afraid. Afraid to speak Spanish in public, afraid to attend community events, afraid to go to church. Because ICE under this administration has shown it will harass, detain, and deport even wrongfully. No due process, no oversight, no transparency. And now we're seeing this fear weaponized at scale. Just this week, the president deployed 4,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles without the consent or consultation of California's governor. So let's be clear. This isn't about border security. This is not about law and order. What it is really about is a reckless power grab. Militarizing American cities doesn't make anyone safer. It escalates and puts everyone at risk. So, Governor Pritzker, as Commander-in-Chief of your National Guard, how concerned are you about this executive overreach?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, and thank you for the remarks that you just made. Our job as governors is to concern ourselves with the public safety of our states. And indeed, one of the very important things that we do is listen to our local law enforcement and listen to the local officials who ask us for help when they need it. We have probably, in my view, forgive me, governors, we have the best state police in the entire country, and we have terrific 13,000-person National Guard. We go to our state police for support, and then, if necessary, we will ask the National Guard to step in. And again, only when local law enforcement and our local officials ask us for that help. When the President of the United States goes in over the top to grab our National Guard for domestic security, when there is not, as he said in a memo falsely, a rebellion, that is taking away the rights and obligations of a governor. And it ought to be done in consultation with governors. In fact, the more local you get, the more accurate, I believe, the information is about what's happening on the ground. That's why I speak with local leaders of law enforcement, CPD in Chicago or others, before we take any action with National Guard. The President of the United States fails. Why? Because he wants mayhem in the streets. Why did he call in Marines?
And that's the point. This administration says it's targeting violent criminals, but that's not what's happening. They're going after parents dropping off their kids, workers showing up to their jobs, and asylum seekers navigating the legal system. And let me say this plainly. If you commit a violent crime in this country, you should be prosecuted. If you came here to do harm, this country is not your home. Governor Pritzker, can you set the record straight with which direction is violent crime headed in your state, up or down?
Down significantly.
Thank you. And Governor Pritzker, across the country, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than U.S. citizens. Does that hold true in your state?
Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than people who already live there.
Now, that may come as a surprise to some tuning in today, especially those fed a steady diet of fear. A recent poll found that Fox News viewers are twice as likely to believe the false claim that immigrants commit more crime. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. So let's stop with the scapegoating and start focusing on real solutions. So quick yes or no's, Governor Pritzker. Did Trump's pardon of the January 6 defendants who violently attacked police officers make Illinois safer?
It did not.
Does blocking common sense gun laws like universal background checks make your state safer?
Absolutely not.
Did DOGE cuts to community violence prevention funding make your state safer?
Much less safe.
Would cutting Medicaid to pay for tax breaks for the wealthy make your state safer?
No.
Cutting SNAP benefits?
No.
Okay, so this is what we are dealing with this current administration, things that are not making our country any safer and are doing harm to the people who need it the most. And with that, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back chair, and I recognize Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Again, illegal immigration, that's a federal responsibility. They could tell how much is wasted as a result of their failures.
Governor, don't you keep track of how many people are on your Medicaid rolls, how many people who are illegal immigrants in the state of Illinois who are getting actually benefits in your state? Doesn't your government keep track of that?
They don't get Medicaid in Illinois or any state, as far as I know.
Governor Pritzker, you do not keep track of any public service dollars in the state of Illinois that goes to illegal immigrants or goes to people in your state who are not legal residents of the United States and of the state of Illinois. You don't keep track of that.
We absolutely keep track of our budget, and we're very closely, and in fact, it's been balanced for 7 years in a row, unlike the Republican before me, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I noticed that in the state of Illinois, you guys don't really keep track of your money, because I asked your mayor in Chicago similar question about a month ago, and he didn't have an answer. It was quite interesting. I think this might be an Illinois problem. Governor Hochul, in your state, you are spending about roughly $4 billion on illegal immigration, and at the same time, you are actually asking the federal government for $4 billion to finish Penn Station. Don't you think it would be better to stop funding illegal immigrants in your state and actually use those resources to finish Penn Station as opposed to coming to the federal government for the money?
Penn Station is owned by Amtrak, not by the state, so it's an appropriate use of their dollars, and Donald Trump has agreed to spend upwards of $7 billion. I appreciated that very much. What we spend on immigrants, the immigrants who are here hardworking to live a life and working on our farms and taking care of our parents in nursing homes and taking care of our children, they have been coming here for 400 years. And we don't keep track of individuals based on their status. We make sure that people have services so we don't end up with an unexpected.
So essentially what you're telling me is that you keep no track of money that is going to people who are not legal in the United States, resources that are taken away from New Yorkers, resources that are taken away from Illinoisans. You guys do not keep track of any of this.
You know what's really challenging is that many people came here with legal status. I mean, temporary protective status, 300,000.
Do you
all of a sudden they wake up one day and it's
do you
gone.
go along with the strategy from the Biden administration, which massively expanded immigration protocols that overwhelmed your city and overwhelmed your state? Do you agree with that?
We call for secure borders. We call for this body to
I
do
never
its
remember
job.
you calling for secure borders at
No,
all, Governor Hochul.
We certainly have.
That
We
doesn't
certainly
sound
have.
like him to my memory.
Many conversations I had with the White House. And we asked for federal resources. I mean, you're putting a federal problem on our laps. And you know what? It gets old after a while. I wish you would just do your job.
If your
here
party
and
actually would
pass
do the job
meaningful
of
reform.
securing the nation the way President Trump has now had to do twice, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Wouldn't you agree?
It's a
Do you
federal-
agree or
it's a
disagree
federal
that
job.
securing the nation's borders is the job of the President of the United States? President Trump has done that job twice now,
Well,
and previous Democrat presidents have not done that job. Wouldn't you agree with that?
this has been a problem that's been in place since I was a young staffer here on Capitol Hill. We worked on immigration, and Ronald Reagan signed amnesty for 3 million people.
You know, it's
to
interesting
get
you
in
bring up
situations.
Reagan's amnesty in '86. You know, part of that deal was to actually build border wall and secure it, but the Democrat Party refuses to build border wall. You oppose it every single time. Is that your position? Do you now support border walls,
There
Governor
has
Hochul?
been many times when bipartisan legislation is presented to this body and people just walk away from it. They refuse to do the hard work of governing like governors like us have to do every single day. When I leave here, I'm going to go home and govern a state. I'm not going to tweet about this experience because I have too much work to do taking care of New Yorkers. And
You're
keeping
really
them
not doing a
safe.
good job, Governor Hochul, because a lot of New Yorkers are actually coming into my state, in Florida, many of them. They come all the time because they actually want to come to a state that is well-run, that protects citizens, does not allow illegal aliens to victimize citizens like they are victimized in the state of New York, like they are victimized in the state of Illinois, like they are victimized in the state of Minnesota. They choose states like Florida and Texas to find safer places to live and raise their families. Hold on, Governor Hochul. We've had enough
crime
time.
rates are much
Governor
lower than
Walz, you've been
yours,
sitting over there
much
pretty
lower.
quiet. I got a question for you.
I love to talk. Thank you, Congressman.
Fair enough. You said earlier that the ICE agents under the orders of President Trump are a modern-day Gestapo. Do you realize how disgusting a phrase that is, considering the history of Nazi Germany? Would you like to recant that statement?
What I said, Congressman, and I have a long history of supporting law enforcement, I said President Trump was using them as his modern-day Gestapo, not identifying who you are, coming up in unmarked vans, taking people away and giving...
Is it the responsibility of ICE to actually deport illegal aliens in the United States who are here? Isn't that their responsibility?
Yes, it is, Congressman, except that the Constitution is not an inconvenience. It's not an either-or.
Nobody
You
said
can
an
do your job
inconvenience.
and
He have a
practice due
responsibility to deport illegal aliens, and the
Through due
president is
process.
going through that process right now.
We are
And
not
let's be very clear, the previous administration, they abused every process there is under border laws to allow more than 10 million people into the country illegally. And this is a burden on all Americans. And so the president is doing his job. So it is sick to refer to Americans who are ICE agents as Gestapo. Governor, you're wrong. You need to apologize to these agents. They're doing their jobs. They are Americans. They serve this country with honor and decency and respect. Do not diminish their work simply because you tried to make a cheap point that you could tweet. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, some interesting theatrics today. Welcome, everyone, to the Oversight reality TV show. I know Mr. Trump loves himself some good TV, and today is not disappointing. And in fact, I want to say welcome to some of the members who've showed up to this committee who I've never seen here before. It's great to have you here in the hearing room with us. Now, before I get started on the topic at hand, I want to take a moment to speak directly to the immigrant community who might be watching and listening today. I want to say to everyone out there who is living in fear, we see you, we love you, we respect you, and we are fighting for you and every community that is being targeted by this administration and this Congress. We also want all of you out there to know that you have rights. You are protected by the law, and you should not have to live in fear and wonder whether or not you're going to be safe if you leave your home or if your family is going to come home at night. We see you. We are fighting for you. You have rights. Now, let's turn to the situation in California, which, of course, much of this hearing has focused on. As someone from a Marine veteran family, let me be clear. Marines are combat troops. They are highly trained, highly disciplined, lethal fighting force combat troops. And they should never, never be deployed against the American people who are exercising their constitutional rights. This is a gross and disgusting abuse of power. A disgusting abuse of power by fake tough guys who think that they can intimidate our communities while taking away their rights. And this is from the same man who dodged the draft and called our military service members suckers and losers. That's your commander-in-chief. And here, these folks here and the president want to say they're for our military and our veterans while they're illegally deploying service members, violating state sovereignty, gutting the VA, firing generals and lifelong service members. And you all want to sit in here and play like you're with the military and the American people while Donald Trump is planning to spend $45 million of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars on a fake military parade this Saturday that they can't even fill, that they put a super PAC ad on Craigslist to recruit citizens of the city of Washington, D.C. to go stand in the parade route. Congratulations, it's made for TV. But this is serious because this is an abuse of power. So I want to read a list of grievances: obstructing the administration of justice, refusing to assent to the laws for the public good, sending swarms of officers to harass our people, keeping standing armies without consent of our legislatures, transporting Americans overseas to be tried for pretend offenses. Mr. Chairman, I wonder, do you know where these offenses come from? No? Aw, that's too bad. Because it's actually the Declaration of Independence. That's right. It's the Declaration of Independence. And my colleagues across the aisle might want to bone up on that in the U.S. Constitution before they go attacking our communities, especially as we head into the 4th of July holiday and celebrate our independence from an abusive and mad king. Because here in America, there are no kings, and we reject people who believe they are. And no one is above the law, and we will hold them accountable. But I think it's very clear today, and I think it's been borne out by every witness that we have here, that what Donald Trump is doing is not only an abuse of power, an abuse of the military, an abuse of our citizens, but also, y'all should know this, while you're sitting here creating this made-for-TV moment, that 2/3 of Americans, according to the polling yesterday, are opposed to what Donald Trump is doing with both immigration and the deployment of the military in our communities. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's illegal, and it's a violation of our rights. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, yes or no, do you think someone who's committed murder or rape in this country, in that they're here illegally, should have tools at their disposal to avoid deportation?
As the governor, his
It's a yes
primary
or-
responsibility is to
yes
protect
or
the
no
people of
question.
New York.
I'm
Those
sorry.
crimes are abhorrent.
I'm sorry, whatever response you prepared to give today dwarfs in comparison to your actions as governor. I would like to remind you of someone named Gianfranco Torres Navarro, an illegal alien and suspected leader of a violent Peruvian gang. He was tied to 23 murders in Peru and came to this country illegally across the southern border. He had his victims' faces tattooed on his body, and he was hiding in plain sight in Endicott, New York, for an extended period of time where ICE could not locate him. And why did it take so long to find him? Because policies like your green light law, which blocks ICE and U.S. Border Patrol from accessing critical DMV databases. In fact, it threatens the badges and threatens to charge with felonies any officer that shares that DMV data with federal agents. These agents rely on data to be able to know who they're pulling over on the side of the road. They're taking their lives into their hands every time they're trying to, keep our streets safe. The really sick irony here is that your government in New York, my home state, freely shares that same DMV data with the government of Canada at our bridges in you and my hometown. But it doesn't share that data with your American federal government. Why, Governor?
You're misstating the green light law because
I'm
we
not.
are able to cooperate with federal authorities when there's a
Why
crime
do you shield
involved.
the database, Governor?
Anything they want from us related to investigating a crime
This
is
is data
available
that's
to
needed
them.
in real time to enforce the laws on the streets. They can't subpoena these records from your government. And I've had these conversations with my county sheriffs all across the state of New York, state police. They want to work with the federal officials. They want to clean up these messes, but they can't because they are being threatened by you and our Attorney General that they'll take away their badge and end their careers.
Been countless instances where we've cooperated with federal law enforcement. It happens on a daily basis. And so your characterization is just incorrect of how we provide information to people who ask for
You
it.
share the database in its entirety with Canada, but you don't share it with the federal government. It's beyond belief. I mean, this is
we give-
denial and excuses, Governor. You know damn well that the New York State Sheriff's Association, the State Association of Chiefs of Police have both condemned the green light law. Sheriffs from Erie County, Niagara County, Monroe, Albany, Broome, Dutchess, and Oneida counties, multiple parties represented here, not just Republicans, have warned that your law ties their hands. It puts officers' lives in danger, and it shields criminals from accountability. When you refuse to work with law enforcement, when you refuse to hand over data that can protect communities and save lives, you are actively aiding the illegal alien criminals who have crossed our borders and committed violent crimes. And the consequences are not hypothetical. Your bail reform law is the reason that Laken Riley is dead. He should have been in jail in New York, and he wasn't. He went to Georgia. He fled our state because he should have been in prison. These are tragic and real circumstances. In Buffalo, a Venezuelan illegal immigrant hacked his wife to death with an axe. In Syracuse, an Ecuadorian national strangled a young woman on her birthday and dumped her body in a park. In Irondequoit, in Monroe County, a Dominican national slaughtered an entire family, including 2 toddlers, and he set their house on fire. Governor Hochul, you took an oath to serve the citizens of the state of New York, and you've allowed violent criminals who came here illegally to hide in plain sight and to avoid federal officials because of your support for the green light law. I mean, this is an abomination. This is not keeping New Yorkers safe.
We turn over the information you're referring to all the time. You're misstating the laws and its purpose. We cooperate all the time.
As much as I want to believe you, Governor, I believe the cops more.
Well,
I believe the cops that I know and I trust in our same hometown that are out there in the streets every single day. Your laws put lives in danger. Your laws have led to people being murdered.
my job is to protect the people of New York, and I fight hard every single day. I have
doing
done
a
more
very lousy
to
job of
reduce
it,
the
Governor.
crimes. Murder rates are down to historic lows, and we're working hard to make sure one crime is one too many. I take this very seriously, but we do cooperate when anytime they need help with law enforcement, and you're just
That is
refusing
just
to
not
accept
what the law enforcement
You're
officials
just not
tell me,
accepting
Governor.
the facts. I can't help that.
I trust the professionals. You and I aren't police officers. I trust the people out in the field that wear a badge, that are honorable, decent, hardworking people.
And that's why they should
And
be
you have a record of disrespect to law enforcement, just like you disrespected every corrections officer in the state of New York. You have a lot of gall to come here and criticize the president for using the National Guard to actually bring law and order to the streets of our country. When you sent those same National Guard officers to become corrections officers after you destroyed the lives of so many of the hardworking corrections officers of the state when you broke their union.
You're absolutely right. There is a distinction. I have the authority over the National Guard in the state of New York. The president is usurping the sovereignty of another state, of the 50 states, when he imposes the National Guard against the will of the governor. Just a difference of understanding of basic civics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I'm sorry?
I have a unanimous consent request.
Proceed.
First, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this article, counties that provided sanctuary to undocumented immigrants saw falling crime rates, study fines.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second, data shows sanctuary policies make communities safer, healthier, and more prosperous.
Without objection, so ordered.
And third, Trump team focuses deportation on immigration numbers, not criminals.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our governors for being here as well. Thank you all for your service to your states and to our country. I want to just be clear, Donald Trump clearly and House Republicans are really not serious about helping our states and our cities. Before I came to Congress, I was a mayor and I worked closely with our police department, incredible men and women that worked really hard to promote policies that actually make the public safer. Now, during that time, our city actually reported some of the lowest murder rates in history. And I've been in close touch with our current police department, our local sheriff, and local law enforcement. And I want to be clear. Donald Trump is intentionally provoking chaos, hate, and division. Now, Trump is trying to intimidate. He's using our military to create fear, and there's no legal justification for his actions. I strongly believe he's trying to keep American citizens from peacefully making their voices heard. We just had a demonstration in my hometown of Long Beach, California. Over 500 people showed up. There was no vandalism, there were no arrests, and it was peaceful, and I want to thank them. Trump is trying to make it very clear that this is about intimidation. I believe he's fueling violence on our streets because he thinks it's politically helpful to him. And I actually want to remind our committee that when Donald Trump was president in 2020, that's actually when we saw surges in violent crime across the country. They increased under Donald Trump's watch. We should be focused on actual public safety threats, but we know that Donald Trump is taking federal law enforcement away from actually investigating serious crimes and cartels. And if you ask any police department, police chief across the country in your states, they will tell you they want their police focused on the issues in their neighborhoods, in the state, traffic violations, speeding, domestic violence. Those are the issues that people want to see addressed. Law enforcement should be focused on those issues, and I know the governors agree. Back in my home district in Downey, California, we've had agents just yesterday grab people in front of churches, their houses of worship. Agents refused to identify themselves and show warrants. An elderly man was dropping off his granddaughter at their local church and was detained in front of the property and the family. That is outrageous and should be disturbing to every single American. And we know this does actually nothing to protect the public. But this, of course, is Donald Trump's playbook. He doesn't care about the safety of the American people. He fuels hate and fear. It's no coincidence that Donald Trump is fueling chaos. At the same time, he's advancing legislation which the American people know is completely toxic and harmful to this country. We're looking at 16 million people losing health care. It's being debated right now as we speak in the Senate. Nutrition cuts for seniors and veterans, huge tax cuts for the wealthiest and the largest corporations in this country. And while this is being debated, Donald Trump is causing chaos and fear across our country. I want to ask the governors in the remaining time that we have. It is clear that health care and these impacts of this bill will impact all three of your states greatly. And so I have a brief question. What is the bigger risk to your state? Ripping away health care from millions of people across the country, thousands and thousands in your own states, or the law-abiding, working, undocumented folks in your states? And I'll let you each go ahead and give that answer. We'll start with Governor Pritzker.
Thank you very much, Congressman Garcia. There are 770,000 people who stand to lose their health care in the state of Illinois, perhaps even more, depending on how this bill turns out. And I can tell you that there are people who are dependent upon Medicaid and Medicare to survive. I am deeply, deeply concerned about the deaths that will occur as a result of the cuts, not to mention that we're taking away SNAP benefits from families that need it most, and children. Veteran services, people who have PTSD, who need to see their therapist at a certain time, now have to wait much longer periods of time because of the threat of this bill. So I'm deeply concerned. DOJ has taken away one of our facilities in the state of Illinois already. It's a huge problem, and that is the threat.
Thank you, Governor Walz.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. In Minnesota, in 2023, we were ranked as the top state for health care, home of the Mayo Clinic. We have more people covered almost than any other state. This bill would take 250,000 people off of health care, make it more difficult, reduce the outcomes we're getting. 40% of those are children receive their care through that way, and over 70% of nursing home patients. It would be catastrophic, and the state has built it up to improve lives of all of our citizens.
Thank you. And finally, Governor Hochul.
Health care is a basic human right, and I'm proud in the state of New York that 95% of people in our state have health care coverage. But these devastating cuts will throw off at least 1.5 million New Yorkers, and not just those individuals, but when hospitals in rural areas have to shut down, the entire community will lose important services. So this will have a ripple effect through our economy and hurt more than just the people who lose their Medicaid. And it is devastating and absolutely unwarranted. And we encourage everyone to stand up, speak up on behalf of their constituents, especially those from the state of New York who represent rural areas. They're counting on you.
Thank you. Governors, I thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get a kick out of you sanctuary state, county, city leaders who talk about having to deal with the border crisis. Cracks me up, actually. But at least, Governor Pritzker, you did call it a crisis in your statement. I appreciate that. Ultimately, as you said in your statement, you received 50,000 illegal aliens into Cook County. And Governor Hochul stated that New York received about 220,000 illegal aliens. That's fantastic that you know those numbers roughly. Now I want you to imagine you're a southern Arizona community of about 80,000 people, sitting right on the border. And over the course of the Biden administration, a couple of million people came through your little town. And I quote you, Governor Pritzker, Illinois didn't ask for this crisis, and I'm going to tell you, neither did Yuma, Arizona. Its lone hospital, only hospital, couldn't handle the influx, nor could its single food bank, its law enforcement, its schools, and other services and infrastructure. That was a failure, you're correct, on the part of the federal government under Joe Biden. That's all stopped now. That's all stopped now. Because it didn't take a new law, it took enforcement of the current law. But you know what drew a lot of those people? Because you might have been down there once. I've been down there dozens of times. I've taken more people from Congress down there than anybody else here. And you know what those people told me? They're coming here because they do. They wanted to get to places, and they would name Chicago, and they would name New York to me. And I'd say, why the heck are you crossing here and not crossing at Del Rio? Because you guys offered sanctuary policies. They believed that they would be protected in your jurisdictions. And now that these millions of illegal aliens are here, permitted to get here by the Democrats and the Biden administration, your jurisdictions actually hinder the enforcement of immigration laws because of the sanctuary policies you've adopted. And then you have the temerity to complain about the influx of illegal aliens that strain your social services. Well, you did that. That's not even an unintended consequence. That's what it is. So I'll ask you, Governor Walz, do you agree with Minnesota your Attorney General's opinion stating that it's not lawful for Minnesota counties to hold people for immigration authorities, even if there is an immigration warrant? Do you agree with his statement? That's his statement. It's not yours. I just want to know if you agree with him.
Yeah, well, I know you know this, Congressman, that all 87 Minnesota counties follow federal law.
I don't know that. I just want to know. I don't know that. Why would I know that?
haven't got the
I'm
chance
just
to
going by your Attorney General.
I haven't got
He
the
says not
chance
to
to
do
explain
it.
it.
Do you agree with the Attorney General? That's all I'm asking.
The Attorney General is elected independently in Minnesota. Nothing in his opinion allows it. In Minnesota,
So are you telling me you
Congressman,
don't, you disagree with him?
Could I
You
have 20
disagree with him?
seconds just to say?
I just want you to answer the question. You're not answering the question.
I served here, Congressman, and there's the respect to the witnesses to just be able to speak.
Yeah, there is, and there should be respect, and that respect from the witness should be to answer the question.
Our counties and jurisdictions can do whatever they deem necessary. They have to.
Do you agree with your Attorney
federal-
General? Apparently, we don't know, because you're not going to answer. You're going to be oblique about it. So,
That's unfair characterization. I'm trying to answer. I'm not the Attorney General of Minnesota.
do you agree with his memo? And you're killing
nothing-
time because you're filibustering. Do you agree with his memo? That's all I'm asking.
Nothing.
And you don't want to even answer it. You just say, oh, you know, maybe that, maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. Let's go to you, Governor Pritzker. A lawsuit was filed against you in the state of Illinois, and you responded. Your response to the claim is that Illinois has a quote constitutionally protected choice not to assist federal authorities with deportation, close quote. Give me the constitutional reference you're making there. What are you referring to?
Congressman, I don't know the lawsuit that you're referring to, and I don't know that I was the respondent in that lawsuit. I can say that
This is from the response filed on your behalf. So you didn't read the response? Well, let me then ask you, if that is the response officially of you, how is that consistent with Arizona versus U.S.? It's not. How is it consistent with 8 U.S.C. 287 D3? It's not. Let's just cover it in the last 18 seconds. When you guys say you say we do give these people the information only on a criminal warrant. Is there any distinction in 8 U.S.C. 1373A, 1324, 1324C that says, yeah, you don't have to give information, you don't have to provide the body, you don't have to respond to the ICE detainer? Is there anything in there that says there's a distinction between the criminal law, the criminal warrant, the criminal detainer, and a civil warrant, civil detainer? Is there anything in there? The answer is no. I'll answer for you. You do violate the law. You are sanctuary cities. And every one of you sitting there, if you don't know that by now, you should know it walking out of here, that you are actually committing a federal crime every time someone does that, because you don't have the authority under federal law or under the Constitution to negate even a civil warrant for someone who's violated a federal offense when you get a detainer notice. Yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All over the country, people are protesting nonviolently President Trump's treatment of immigrants, and they are right to. And I think it's important that we are clear as leaders about what's going on in this country right now. There is no mass deportation campaign. Deportation is a process that is not being followed right now. What's going on is people are being snatched up in the middle of the streets, trafficked, kidnapped in the middle of the streets, trafficked to other countries without due process. Trump is taking blatantly illegal and inhumane actions to stoke protests and then escalating things from there. Over the weekend, he sent the U.S. troops to California. This is dangerous. First, the California National Guard without the governor's support, and now the Marines. The Marines are trained to fight and win wars, not to de-escalate a protest in the heart of an American city. Members of our armed services have sworn an oath to the Constitution. They didn't swear an oath to Donald Trump, and they're not his personal army. And so in the face of a wannabe dictator, we have to have strong opposition. First, the Trump administration says they're going to arrest judges. Then they arrested a judge. Then they talk about arresting elected officials. Then a mayor gets arrested. Then they said they'd arrest a member of Congress, and one has been indicted. A Democratic member of Congress has been indicted. And now we have Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, who's threatened to arrest the California governor. And I don't think we should take this as an empty threat. Why is Trump now saying he wants to arrest governors? It's because he knows that some of the people who are going to be the greatest opposition to his lawlessness are Democratic governors standing up for their people. And so I'm just curious to hear from our three governors here today, because these things can be put forth as hypotheticals, but they're not hypotheticals. Elected officials are being arrested. This is happening. The DOJ is being weaponized against us. So if federal agents were to come to your door, to the governor's mansion, approach your security staff to arrest you, you have Tom Homan on the news saying, I want to arrest Governor Hochul, Governor Pritzker, Governor Walz. What do you do? What do you say? I'm just curious. Governor Hochul, if you can start.
If Tom Homan comes to Albany to arrest me, I'll say, go for it. You can't intimidate a governor. What is this country coming to? When people can threaten us on social media and on cable news and try to stop us from doing our jobs, we're here on the front lines every day, fighting to defend our rights, our values, and the public safety of our residents. And so anything threatening our responsibility is an assault on our democracy, nothing short of that.
Thank you, Congressman. Let me begin by saying I have the highest duty to protect the people of my state. And indeed, if Tom Homan were to come to try to arrest us, I can say, first of all, that he can try. I can also tell you that I will stand in the way of Tom Homan going after people who don't deserve to be frightened in their communities, who don't deserve to be threatened, terrorized. I would rather that he came and arrested me than do that to the people of my state.
Well, thank you, Congressman. And I was just sitting here listening today again. There's many of you in here, friends on both sides of the aisle that I served here. The job of governor is very different than the job you're doing, but we need you. We need to work together. No one here wants to hear these horrific stories, but we have a job to do on limited resources. And equating that not doing ICE's job means we're not cooperating, we're patrolling our highways. I'm proud that Minnesota's a state third lowest in traffic deaths. If we start doing all the things that ICE, and nothing we do precludes them from doing their job. And so threatening and political, and I did not realize, I guess, I watch it, I didn't realize how much animosity there's here. We have a responsibility to the American public to work together, and I think threatening arrest on elected officials, Congressman, it doesn't help any of us. Governor Pritzker's right. Our citizens are scared and angry, and it's not necessary. We can fix this with a bipartisan border bill. Help us out.
Thank you, Governor. I want to end by saying former Governor and now Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem just last year said that federalizing the National Guard would be a direct attack on states' rights. And now she's cheering it on. President Trump has consolidated power so much in his own party, there's little to no, pretty much zero, opposition left to his lawlessness. We hear it in this room right now. And the last thing I want to say, too, is what's going on right now is not just a distraction from the fact that they want to pass a massive tax break for the richest Americans and take away services and things from working families, but it's to enable it. These aren't two different stories, because the only way you rip away health care from 15 million Americans in this country and not feel like you have to fear for your job or that you're going to be protested every day is by scaring the people and suppressing their First Amendment right. What's going on in Los Angeles and what this Donald Trump wants to do around the nation is directly connected to the fact that he's going to take away health care from all of these people, 15 million Americans, to benefit people like him and his donors. And it's shameful. These aren't two different things. It's the same thing. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governors, I guess thank you for being here today. This was staged to be it was bound to be, political conflict here. But I'd like to get pretty real with each of you. I know Governor Walz pretty good. He and I came to be, believe it or not, America, Governor Walz and I came to be quite friendly. I consider him a friend for many years. And it was fascinating that we disagreed on almost everything politically. I doubt there was a vote we had in common, but I'm pretty sure I could call Governor Walz and get a straight answer, even now, at least in private. But in a setting like this, it's difficult to get a straight answer because you're being viewed so closely. All of us are. So I'm going to try and be real with you. And Governor Pritzker, I don't know you. Governor Hochul, I don't know you. I can tell you that that you strike me as extremely political, and rather arrogant, quite smug, good lady. And this is a serious topic, man. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl that came across our border. Our nation suffered generational trauma for 4 years from open border policies. And we listened in ad nauseum, speech after speech after speech about how Mayorkas, who struck me as equally smug in many horrific meetings, said we need more money, we need more laws. We never needed more money. We never needed more laws. We needed an executive branch that had the will to enforce the law and thus end the trauma that the American people were continually suffering at our southern border. Now, the impact of that policy remains, and sanctuary cities are a large part of this thing. Now, I don't know the life of you three, your background. I don't know if you've held the hand of a mother or father had to deliver to them the news that their child had been killed by a violent criminal. Prayed with that person, but I have. And the victims of crime commonly have a simple refrain: why? Why? Why did this happen to my family? And I'm going to ask you, Governor Pritzker, and you, Governor Hochul, what do you say to those people when, have you ever had the courage to speak with one in person, in private, without cameras, and when they ask you why was this horrible person invited to Illinois or New York? Why do your sanctuary policies encourage, why did this guy that killed my daughter, why was he in my state? Why?
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources.
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources. I'll let you know when it's time for you to answer the question, madam.
Okay.
Don't tell me it's limited resources, because we're talking about the resource of righteousness and goodness. And God controls the bank of righteousness and goodness. And there's no limit to that withdrawal. Governor Pritzker, what do you tell a family when they ask you why? Why was this murderer in my state that came here across the border illegally and was encouraged to come to my state by your policies? Go.
You said invited or encouraged. 50,000 people
invited
were,
and encouraged by
50,000
sanctuary
people were
policy.
shipped to my state
Yes.
by a
Don't
border
beat around
state
the
governor.
bush. Own it, man.
I'm not beating
Own
around.
it.
I'm telling you, 50,000 people were shipped to my state by a
Would you ship
Republican
them back?
border state governor.
50,000 is a smidgen We have 15 million cross the border.
I understand.
I'm glad they bust some to your state.
I have
'cause you
and
need
I
to
have
taste
been
it.
clear
Your sanctuary
about
policies
favoring border
Governor Hochul,
security. There was a
I'll give
bill
you the
last
last
year
couple of
on that
seconds
very
here.
subject, sir.
On the
Governor
question of
Hochul.
what
And
I'd
you
say to
opposed
that
it.
family, I would say my heart is breaking for you. I'm a mother. When you describe the pain of a family like that, I've been there. I have held victims' families in my
That's a
arms.
good start.
And I'll tell you
Mr.
this,
Chairman,
you appear
my
to be a
time has
religious
expired.
person,
I yield.
but we are called.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Okay, a couple of things. One, I want to raise a point of order. It is against the rules to attack or to breach the decorum with respect to our witnesses. You can't.
Well, the ranking member
You
has a
look
different
like this,
definition
or you
of
look
attack
like
than I
that.
do.
You
That's
look
for
like
sure.
this. You cannot criticize the countenance of a witness when they come before the committee. You can raise issues, no question, but you cannot personally attack a witness. That is not within the rules. That is not in accordance with decorum here. And I would raise that same concern if
Did the ranking
if one of
member
our
not call
members
us
was attacking.
Nazis?
All right.
Secondly,
Proceed with
secondly,
unanimous consent.
Secondly, unanimous consent. I have asking unanimous consent to submit a document entitled "Trump Wants to Cut Funding to Sanctuary Cities and Towns, but They Don't Actually Violate the Federal Law."
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's always funny the lack of decorum that we get, and people we do drop the gentleman act here oftentimes when attacking women who aren't able to defend themselves with equal time. But that's kind of the theme here, right? Attacking Americans or people who are not able to defend themselves, or at least who Republicans hope can't defend themselves. And that's what we're seeing essentially in Los Angeles. So I would say that this hearing is quite timely. What's happening with ICE and the military in Los Angeles is terrifying, and is directly caused by Trump's policies and his cruelty. It was Trump's overzealous ICE agents who started this specific incident. And now they want us to get bogged down in arguing over the right types of protest, or the right types of way, or the right way to defend yourself, the mythical perfect type, so that we could ignore that Trump is the one who is escalating all of this. Trump is the one who ordered in thousands of National Guardsmen over the objection of Governor Newsom, something that hasn't been done since 1965. Trump is the one deploying Marines, not on an enemy abroad, but on the American people who are exercising their First Amendment right in this instance. The only opportunity that they have to defend themselves against lawless lawmakers who are imposing cruelty upon them. For a party of so-called law and order folks, they sure are stampeding over people's constitutional rights and intentionally inciting more chaos, more fear, more anxiety, and increasing the likelihood that people will get hurt. In the end, what's happening in Los Angeles is just one of many incidents where Trump and his administration have not given a single damn about people's safety. For one, the ICE and DHS agents that are arresting people and raiding places often don't even have any kind of uniform or identifying badge. They're masked, and they're in unmarked cars. Ms. Perryman, just briefly, why is it so dangerous to have masked, plainclothes ICE agents arresting people?
So I'll just thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. I'll go back to what I said before, that we know our Constitution recognizes and our country recognizes the importance of trust between local law enforcement, the federal government, and governors. And what we're seeing here is a breach of trust. It's an escalation, and it's dangerous for the American people.
Trump said he was only going to go after undocumented criminals, but that's clearly not the case. Whether through incompetence or straight up racial profiling, ICE and DHS agents are wrongfully arresting U.S. citizens. We've talked about it today, and catching these mistakes often happens too late, after an American citizen has already been illegally thrown into another country, and Trump's administration is doing nothing to get them back. These agents are also going into previously protected spaces, as we've discussed, like churches and schools and hospitals. DHS agents tried to get into an elementary school by lying that they had the permission from the parents. That is a cartoonish level of evil. ICE also arrested a Massachusetts high school senior, Marcelo Gomez da Silva, on his way to volleyball practice. Governor Walz, you're a former teacher and coach. Do you think these kinds of actions create instability for students? And do you worry about increasing anxiety of kids coming to school?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I certainly do. Creating that safe environment where our kids can come and the expectation is to learn, they certainly do. Once again, there's no reason to use these enforcement actions at those locations when there are other tools. And I think, again, this false equivalency that we do not want violent criminals to be arrested, detained, and go through due process, we do, but hugely detrimental to the educational system, hugely detrimental to a system that is dependent on trust and the goodwill of everyone in that school system. So yeah, it is detrimental.
Thank you, Governor Walz. These same kids getting arrested are often being separated from their families. They are scared. They're alone. An attorney is one of the few resources they had access to that is now being taken away as well. The Trump administration has canceled contracts with legal groups that represent those undocumented children in immigration court. This is going to force thousands of kids as young as 2 years old to represent themselves very quickly as we're running out of time. Ms. Perryman, how's a 2-year-old supposed to represent themselves in court?
A 2-year-old can't represent itself in court, him or herself in court. And I'll just say that we are in court every single day seeking to try to ensure that people have access to legal representation, which of course this administration is really seeking to curtail. They're seeking to ignore due process rights.
I was going to say, would you say that it is due process if a 2-year-old is left to represent themselves?
Absolutely. It's a flagrant violation of our Constitution. It's also something that shocks the conscience.
We'll leave it there. Thank you. I yield back.
The witnesses have requested a 15-minute bathroom break, but before we do that, I'm going to go to Dr. Fox for 5 minutes of questions. After Dr. Fox, we'll take a 15-minute break for the witnesses, and then we'll start back with Mr. Kassar. So Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, as you're aware, Minnesota saw the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. The so-called nonprofit Feeding Our Future falsely claimed to have served 91 million meals to children, for which it received nearly $250 million in federal funds. According to the FBI, the $250 million in federal taxpayer money was, quote, funneled into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled. In March, 2 individuals were convicted in connection with this case, and I understand related investigation continues. The FBI stated that, quote, the egregious fraud uncovered in the Feeding Our Future case represents the blatant betrayal of public trust. The FBI will not allow criminals to rob federal programs and walk away unscathed. We'll expose their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they face the full weight of justice. Do you support the federal government's efforts to bring to justice those who stole federal taxpayer money at the expense of hungry children in your state?
Thank you, Dr. Fox, wholeheartedly. And this is a great example. When the federal government works with the state, we reported it, they prosecuted them, they are in prison.
So do you support federal efforts to bring to justice those who commit federal crimes in Minnesota?
I most certainly do.
Okay. Does Minnesota honor ICE detainer request?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. I've been making sure I get my opportunity here. Minnesota follows all federal law. State law requires, and I would say the state law requires all state and county facilities to ask for immigration status when a convicted felon is committed and tells DHS if they're undocumented. All state facilities. DOC calls DHS before a convicted felon leaves prison. We have a controlled handover. ICE is
how can we be sure that your state is serious about cooperating with the federal government to enforce our immigration laws?
We do it on a daily basis, Congresswoman. And again, I say this is the floor. Counties can do more, but here's the confusion we have right now. Last week, a list of supposed sanctuary cities or counties were put out. Many of those were counties in Minnesota that had gone above and beyond. Their sheriffs said it put them at risk because they were doing that. They were sharing information and doing what they're supposed to do. It's a coordination issue.
But you said in your answer it's only if they've been convicted of crimes that
or a judicial warrant. Or a judicial warrant. That's correct, after due process has been served.
So that you don't cooperate if they're illegally here and the ICE comes to get them?
If they have gone through the process, Congresswoman, and they have received due process, and ICE ICE's job is to come and get them. It's what I've
But
been
if
saying
they're
all
here
day.
illegally, then they're here illegally. There's no, they've broken the law already.
Many are
That's
many here as
That's a
asylum
given
seekers.
that
They've
broken
overstayed a
the law.
visa.
I have another question to ask you, Governor. As I've said before in this committee, innocent American taxpayers are collateral damage in the Democrats' pursuit of open border policies. Americans pay with their wallets, their safety, and all too often their lives. This is unacceptable. I'm sure you're aware, Governor, that your state has spent hundreds of millions of state taxpayer dollars to address the surge of illegal aliens in Minnesota. Are you also aware of any NGOs operating in your state that provide services to illegal aliens, and have those NGOs received any federal funding?
I can't answer that at this time. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, we have to end the shameful practice of NGOs working against immigration law enforcement efforts. That's why I introduced H.R. 245, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act, to stop NGOs who work against U.S. laws from receiving a single cent of taxpayer funds. Americans should never tolerate a government that uses their own tax money against them. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before we recess, recognize the ranking member for UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to submit an article from the Seattle Times entitled "National Sheriffs Association Head Tears into Fed's Sanctuary List."
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to the previous order, the committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes. The committee stands in recess. The committee will attempt to come back in order. Give the witnesses a second to find their seats, and then we'll recognize the next questioner. Thank you all. Chair now recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, governors. Republicans have dragged you in today for questioning because they say your immigration policies are dangerous for American citizens. So I want to ask each of you some questions about recent events affecting U.S. citizens. Governor Pritzker, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a 10-year-old U.S. citizen recovering from brain cancer and sent her to Mexico?
It was the Trump administration, sir.
Correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Walz, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that jailed an American for days, alleging he was in the country illegally, despite him being a U.S. citizen?
I believe that was the Trump administration.
That's correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Hochul, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a totally innocent U.S. citizen, pregnant woman who wound up in the hospital after her detention?
Those horrific situations are all the results of the Trump administration's over-enforcement of our laws.
That was just this week, and that's correct.
That's
that
right.
was the Trump administration. Let me be clear. Democratic governors who are trying to protect the rights of all of us are not the real danger that we face. Donald Trump's reckless immigration policies are what is putting us at risk, U.S. citizens included. Trump and his puppets here in Congress put out a constant stream of lies about immigration. So let me summarize what is really going on here. Trump has ordered law enforcement agencies to focus not on violent criminals, but on indiscriminately rounding up as many people as possible. Trump is targeting people going to work at Home Depot and 7-Eleven, ignoring gangs. Trump is targeting people trying to follow the rules and go to a court hearing, ignoring those who commit real violence. And then there's the kids. Imagine just for a moment that they're your kids. Law enforcement raids at our schools. Kids with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. Multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer deported to foreign countries, separated from their treatment, their care, and their doctors. This is not just about immigrant families. Donald Trump is undermining the rights that protect all of us, no matter who we are and where we come from. People are being arrested without ever having been accused of a crime, held for days without contact with their families or their lawyers, people being deported in violation of judicial orders. Trump also is going after anyone who dares try to put up guardrails against this, arresting judges, arresting mayors, arresting members of Congress and union leaders. This is not law. This is not order. This is chaos, and it's dangerous for all of us. Around the country right now, people are peacefully protesting to show the world the awful things the Trump administration is doing, tearing families and communities apart, ignoring the rule of law, making us all less safe. And please know, if you're one of those peaceful demonstrators, I hear you. I see you. I have your back. So many of you are suffering because someone you love is terrified or has been unjustly taken away from you by this administration. But Donald Trump does not want people to hear your message. That's why he's taken National Guard troops and the Marines away from their jobs and has sent them to Los Angeles, breaking all the rules about how protests like this are handled. Trump and Governor Abbott have even sent troops to my district in downtown San Antonio, a place that has been perfectly orderly and peaceful. Because, as always, we know Donald Trump is trying to stoke up chaos and division, and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. He wants to start a fire, pour gasoline on it, and blame somebody else for the flames. So if you're watching at home and you see images of disorder or chaos in the coming days, remember this: it's Donald Trump's fire. It's him who lit the fire, and he does not care if the rest of us get burned. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, would you say that one of the most important things any governor, or quite frankly, any elected official can do is to keep their citizens and constituents safe?
I would, Congressman.
Great, I would agree. And I ask this because when I was reading your bio that you provided, nowhere did you mention the safety and security of Minnesotans or fighting crime or supporting law enforcement or, for that matter, the rule of law. So I want to take you back to 2020. You were the governor of Minnesota. There were summer protests. You referred to them as peaceful demonstrations. In hindsight, would you still stand by that? Were they mostly peaceful?
Congressman, after the murder of George Floyd on the streets, thousands gathered in the streets. Were there those that...
But, Governor, were they mostly peaceful protests?
The vast majority certainly were. Those that weren't...
So why would you have to call out the National Guard for mostly peaceful protests?
They weren't all peaceful protests.
Okay, so they weren't, all right, mostly. So, Governor, the total damage in dollars, what was that in Minnesota for the peaceful protests?
I don't have that in
all right, according to the insurance industry in Minnesota, they put the number between $1 and $2 billion, and your own state Senate put the price tag at $500 million. So if that's a peaceful protest in Minnesota, I shudder to think what a violent one would cost. Governor, I'd like to keep things simple.
Okay. I did not call it that. We had folks who were there, and they're in prison.
Okay, great. I'd like to keep things simple as far as when we talk about federal detainers, and I've talked to several federal law enforcement officials about this. So a detainer is issued when someone's already in custody and confined, jail, prison, court. It's not somebody just plucked off the street randomly, and there's really three conditions, and it's and/or probable cause that a foreign national is subject to removal from this country, final deportation order has been issued, or it's a foreign national that's been convicted of a crime and is about to be released. So sanctuary states won't cooperate with federal law enforcement. In Minnesota, do you cooperate sometimes, never, or all the time?
We follow federal law in all 87 counties and all the jurisdictions. Some of them do honor detainer requests.
Some do and some don't.
That's correct.
Okay.
Counties have the ability.
Okay. So, Governor, would you commit here and now, and this is really simple, I think it's commonsensical, to compel state and locals in Minnesota to cooperate with all federal detainers issued by federal law enforcement when it involves a foreign national that's been convicted of a felony? And I'm talking about kidnappers, rapists, child molesters, murderers, predators, parasites, scumbags. In all those
of
instances,
a felony being held by my state corrections, every time we call.
Every single time you're going to do that.
Every time we
in
call
Minnesota.
them and have them come pick it up. What I would ask you to commit to is, are you going to fund ICE's what they don't pay us on detainers?
Well, listen, on detainers and in ICE, I don't call them the Gestapo. And this is my definition of Gestapo, Governor. Real Nazis from 1933 to 1945 that facilitated and participated in the murder of millions. I don't call federal law enforcement officers Gestapo. You were recently quoted. Where's the apology?
Donald Trump.
Oh, no, Donald Trump didn't. Listen, Donald Trump's not here.
Yeah.
You are, Governor.
Yeah.
You're a big boy. Put your big boy
I would
pants on.
ask, don't wear masks, identify who you are, don't pull up and
Governor, you called them Gestapo. Will you apologize for that?
And don't pull people.
Will you apologize for that?
Congressman, my job, I'm a history.
Okay, so you won't. Okay, we're going to move on. No, Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. If you won't answer the question. I think that's hyperbolic demagoguery. I mean, you said that in a speech, maybe you got a little carried away. I don't know if you apologize for that too, that you were, quote, going to kick Republicans' asses. I mean, I didn't say that. You said it. And that's dangerous rhetoric, especially when you use Gestapo. That's lazy too, and it's terribly inaccurate. The fact of the matter is, again, time and again, you've excused violence and you use dangerous, irresponsible rhetoric. And you can choose between being on the side of law enforcement or the side of vicious criminals, and you've chosen the latter time and again. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you want to impress your limousine liberal friends when you're eating wine and cheese, or you're getting your coffee every morning at the hemp store. I don't know, but I think it's ignorant, and I think it's culpable, and I think it's disgusting. And I can see why the American people on November 5th made it a very bad night for you and a very great night for our future. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes, is Ms. Crockett here? Okay. Then Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and our witnesses for being here today. I think that it's important for leaders to be honest and understand the nuance of issues. And as my grandmother used to say, all the easy problems have already been solved. We're left with the tough ones. And so it's important to our constituents that we're explaining the nuance in these issues. And this hearing is yet another attempt at dismantling the system of power and the rule of law in America. The administration's threats to withhold funding and resources from states to coerce them to adhere to federal immigration law is unconstitutional, period. The deployment of federal troops without authorization is unconstitutional, period. Masked, unidentified ICE agents snatching people off the streets is unconstitutional, period. And since my colleague brought this up, Governor Walz, I'm a former prosecutor. Is it good precedence to allow masked men to show up and take people off the streets, not even identifying themselves?
No, and it also puts law enforcement at risk.
Absolutely, and there's this criminal element who might say, we can kidnap people, we can rob people, come with masks, identify ourselves as ICE, and someone may not know what they can do. Is that correct?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I thought yesterday I saw that very thing happened. Someone identified themselves as ICE and committed a crime. Yes, look, you wear the badge for a reason. You wear the name for a reason, and you make sure that you're coordinated with those other law enforcement agencies that are there. It's a dangerous situation for everyone.
Absolutely, and so governors, quickly as it relates to criminal trends in your state, are illegal immigrants more or less likely to commit serious violent crimes?
It's clear that immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than the rest of our population.
Studies suggest that illegal immigrants were about half as likely as U.S. citizens to commit an offense serious enough to result in incarceration. And it seems to me that we're redirecting critical resources from communities to address immigration when statistically immigrants commit less serious crimes, and this misalignment risks undermining community stability by deprioritizing other high public safety concerns, which you all have to deal with. And so I'd like to ask quickly, too, Ms. Perryman, are you familiar, and I'm not sure if you are because this was out of the State House in Missouri, are you familiar with the Second Amendment Preservation Act?
Is that the act, Congressman, where the State House in Missouri sought to pass a law that it would not cooperate with federal law enforcement?
Particularly with gun cases, yes, ma'am. And so I'm a little confused, and I'd love for my Republican colleagues to clear this confusion up. On one hand, when it involves immigration, they're saying that that states like yourselves should do the job for them, reallocate resources from places that you're doing tremendous work in to do the federal government's job. But when it comes to gun violence, Missouri passed a law forbidding police, local police, from cooperating with federal law enforcement. And so I got to ask, in your respective communities, is gun violence a problem? Governor Hochul.
Any incidence of violence is a problem for us, but I'm proud that after investing nearly $3 billion in law enforcement since I've been governor, our crime rates are trending downward, particularly violent crimes. And a place like New York City had the lowest crime rate in May in history.
And I'm going to reclaim, just because I'm short on time, but
Lowest
gun
murder
violence
rate.
is a concern. Would that be safe to say?
Yes.
It
Governors?
It is absolutely a concern, yes.
And so if when local law enforcement and federal law enforcement work together to curb gun violence, which protects all of us and all of our families, I don't hear Republicans complaining about the fact that local law enforcement is literally barred, until the Supreme Court overturned this, barred from working with federal officials. And I think it's just about hypocrisy to suggest in this situation that you should be forced to take the finite resources that you have to do the federal government's job. That's my time. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To our friends, Mr. Walz, welcome back. The opportunity that we have today to talk about this brings up a lot of issues. I think we all understand and we know this. There are over 600,000 migrant children that cross the border without supervision from 2020 forward. 600,000 children. We're sitting here arguing about a lot of things, but during the Biden administration, they took no steps, none, to affect, and this is from an IG report. They did not, they were unprepared, they did not know what they were doing, they let people come across, they didn't check, they just took people's word for it, and we still have these. Of those, 233 migrant children were never even given dates to appear in an immigration court. No dates by the Biden administration. Here, come on in, here you go. I would suggest to you that each of you are participatory for bringing people because of your words of New York is open, Illinois is open for business. We want you to come. We want you to be here. And terrible things have happened in our country as a result of a false promise. I know you're perfectly willing to pay millions of dollars to people out of your own coffers, but the bottom line is they came through Texas and other areas, and it caused a great deal of carnage and harm. And these migrants are in trouble. They're in trouble, the entire pathway to be taken advantage of and to cause harm, not just to themselves, but other people. I would submit to you, all three of you have encouraged people to come, and the numbers are stunning about the numbers of not just people that got caught, but those people that came here who have criminal records, and they appear on terrorist watch lists. And I would ask each of you, are you aware that when you put your open Come to America sign, come to the state of Minnesota, come to Illinois, come to New York, are you aware that you were doing that where there would not be a background check, where there would be people who would openly hear this who were criminals and terrorists, and they evaded this process and overwhelmed law enforcement? You created a gold rush. You created a rush whereby people came, and the entire pathway is littered with not only brand new areas, and it's the number of communities that now participate under 280G has exploded. And that is because it is the drug cartel's plan to have someone in every single city around America. In Texas, it used to be Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, maybe Fort Worth and El Paso. Now it is smaller cities, even in the congressional district that I represent. They brought their marketing team with them because there are people who still owe the cartels. This is not a new story. When Vice President Biden, he spoke about receiving a briefing from DEA, understanding there were people that had to pay off the cartels for being here. Each and every one of you have participated. Each and every one of you have put a green light out. Please come, be with us. We'll take care of you. And it has caused carnage. Governor Walz?
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, I think the idea of a nation of immigrants, no one asked for folks who were illegally.
We bring in over 1 million people that
not.
legally go through a process, know what our rules are. We do background checks.
That's what
we're talking about. Millions of people, no background check.
We need to make sure the legal process is done, and those that shouldn't be here aren't.
Okay. That's your viewpoint now. That's not what has been said in the past. That's not what Governor Hochul said at the period of time when people were flooding in. It was seen as being okay, just come. Governor Pritzker?
Thank you, Congressman. As a great-grandson of an immigrant to this country, I can tell you that my views about immigration are that it's a positive for this nation. In general, immigration is positive.
Legally.
Legal immigration. Now, let's talk about what has happened over certainly the last 40 years, if not much longer, which is...
Why don't we go the last 4? Because we've never
I
had
understand.
anything like the last 4. Let's not put this into a context of history. Let's put it under you as governor, your public comments, Governor Walz's comments, and Governor Hochul's public comments to encourage people to break the law, to come through my state and cause carnage, and drug cartels to have people now where they have a marketing organization everywhere to where communities have to have a 287G problem because they have people staying where they had never stayed before.
Well, that mischaracterizes things that I have said. Let me just be clear. We have had 40 years of failure at the border and failure of immigration policy. We'll talk about the last 4 years, right? There were people that came to the border, got because the federal government decided that because there's law that allows this. Right?
There was not law that allowed it. There was a presidential directive.
Okay, fair enough. We're not in charge of the border in Illinois. I can tell you that. We don't have a border with a foreign
Well, you
nation other
encourage
than
knowing there
we have
be,
Lake Michigan between us and
tens of
Canada.
thousands of children that would come. Governor Hochul.
We had 50,000 people who came from Texas because they were shipped to us. And let me tell you, I was in favor of helping them find, helping Texas, indeed, find a way to provide for them. We, as a nation, should be welcoming people to this country.
Not illegally.
And handling,
That's the difference, and you need to say that. Mr. Chairman, I know my time is up. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter to the record United States Department of Homeland Security Management Report, August 19th, 2024, March 2025, where unaccompanied alien children.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, have a unanimous consent request for an article from The Nation magazine dated May 23rd, 2025, entitled, "Trump Wants Thousands of Migrant Children to Represent Themselves in Court."
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To all the witnesses, all of our governors, thank you for being here. I want to start with questions, just really quick, yes or no. Do you believe in due process for everyone, no matter their immigration status?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
What if they didn't vote for you?
They're not
I still
allowed.
support them.
I
Doesn't
represent
matter, right?
everyone in my state.
You know, they disagree with you on immigration. They disagree with you on climate, LGBTQ, right? All of you?
We take care of everyone who lives in our state.
So what about Palestinian human rights? I'll start with you, Governor. from
Yes,
Minnesota.
support.
Human rights for everyone, yes.
Do you believe they
Palestinian.
deserve due process, even if you disagree with them on Palestinian human rights position?
Yes.
Governor?
Yes, we have, and by the way, we have
Well,
the
Governor
largest
Hochul-
Palestinian American population.
Oh, I know.
in the
I'm aware
country.
of that,
Okay,
sir.
yes, ma'am.
Governor Hochul, how about you?
Yes, we do.
Your constituent Mahmoud Khalil is still in ICE detention. Are you aware of him?
Very much so, and I'm hoping he's returned home on Friday because
Yeah, we're
he's been
working on
den-
that.
he
So
has been
he's a legal
denied due
permanent resident.
process.
I know, this is important. He's a legal permanent resident. He was kidnapped over 3 months ago. And, you know, one of the things I want to do is, if I may, Chairman, submit for the record a letter from Mahmoud Khalil to his son, who was born while he was kidnapped and illegally detained by our country.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'm going to read a little bit from what he said what he wrote to his son. Quote, "I waited on the other line, end of the phone, as your mother labored to bring you into this world. I listened to your pain breaths. Do you understand they had to put the phone next to his wife birthing his child while he was illegally detained? I listened to your pain breaths, her pain breaths, and tried to speak comforting words into her ear over crackling line. During your first moments, I buried my face in my arms and kept my voice low so that the 70 other men sleeping in this concrete room would not see my cloudy eyes or hear my voice catch. The cruelty of what is happening in our country. Everyone, to all my colleagues, should understand the human toll of separation of families. Read this letter, take a moment. And maybe Governor Hochul, sometimes I feel like because he's Palestinian, you didn't speak up enough. And I say that as a Palestinian American serving here in Congress. We all need to always support due process for everyone, no matter if you disagree with them politically or not. The judge said they might release him on Friday. You should use this opportunity, Governor Hochul, to redeem yourself and welcome that decision. I urge you to all protect your constituents' constitutional rights, no matter if you disagree with them politically, including the right to boycott, right, Governor Pritzker?
Including the right to protest, boycott, do whatever.
That's right. I want to discuss the next item. This is person that is now, I believe, already on a plane to Colombia. This is Michael Bogoya Durante from Southwest Detroit. He was on his way to a field trip while local police racially profiled him, said, oh, he don't speak English, let me call Border Patrol. He spoke English just fine. That set in motion to separate him from his mother and his community. He was 3.5 credits away from graduating high school. To us, he was our son. Our son. He was not a criminal. He was trying to do the right thing. He had attorneys at a nonprofit legal agency. And you know, governors, I think about him and his trip, and he's there, and he's with all his friends, and he's trying to experience this beautiful thing that we all have experienced. But what makes me angry about the fact that he went on this flight, he's probably in Colombia now, without his family, without his school community, without his classmates, is that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and maybe some on mine, their donors benefit from a broken and inhumane immigration system. The President of the United States benefited financially and personally by having a broken immigration system that keeps our immigrant neighbors in a broken system that doesn't allow them to come out of the shadows. Why? Because that's cheap labor. Let's be honest. They're arresting dishwashers, people at Home Depot at work, and their donors benefit. You know it. The restaurant industry benefit. They know exactly what they're doing. If they even wanted to fix this immigration system, they'd go to the people that employ them. And we know it. Now, detention centers. Guess who's going to benefit from private detention centers and holding our immigrant neighbors? Their donors. So shame on us in bringing these governors here when we know exactly what is happening here. This is all for profit, all for cruelty, and fear and division. Fix our economic system in our country. People are starving. People can't afford basic needs. And you're ripping our loved ones away from us because you don't have the courage to fix our broken immigration system. It's been inhumane for decades. Shame on us, both Democrats and Republicans, for not doing what's right in this chamber and doing what is right for the American people and making sure we're not separating families. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to point out that under Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, that by declaring your states sanctuary states, you declared your intent to violate federal law. With that, are you aware that illegal aliens with known ties to terrorist organizations are now residing in the United States? That's a yes or no. Quickly, yes or no. Governor Walz.
I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I would assume
You should
yes.
have. Governor Pritzker.
I know that's been alleged. I don't have firsthand knowledge myself.
You should have. Governor Hochul.
My Joint Terrorism Task Force has surveillance.
Ma'am, that's a yes
We're
or
aware.
no. Either you know or you don't.
We are aware.
That's amazing, considering that the Customs Border Patrol reported just in fiscal year 23, 736 encounters with illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations. And there's it's 2.2 million estimated gotaways. We have no idea how many known terrorists are in our country. Do you support the arrest and deportation of illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations? A yes or no? Governor Walz.
If due process is given, certainly.
Governor Pritzker.
Exactly. We need
Governor
due
Hochul.
process before we
Hochul.
arrest people.
Yes or no?
Anyone involved in a crime, we
Ma'am,
cooperate.
yes or no?
We cooperate when any
Ma'am, yes
crimes
or
are-
no?
We cooperate
You
with any
cannot
crimes.
give a straight answer, and the answer is you're giving safe harbor to people with ties to terrorist organizations. Are you aware of that? Let me tell you. You're shielding members of known terrorist organizations such as MS-13, Trinidad Aragua, Brown Pride Azteca, Barrios Azteca, Serenos, which is otherwise known as Sir 13, and the 18th Street Gang. Those are designated terrorist organizations. Many of these are the people responsible for bringing fentanyl in that's killed, along with other drugs, killed over 100,000 people per year. We're no longer in a war on drugs. We're involved in a war with drugs. These are casualties. Are you aware that the Department of Homeland Security identified over 400 illegal aliens who were smuggled into the United States with the help of an affiliate of ISIS? Are you aware of that, Governor Walz?
Congressman, I don't have direct knowledge of that.
Well, I'll help you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter to the record article from NBC News. DHS identifies over 400 migrants brought in the United States by an IS-affiliated human smuggling network. Is that a problem?
Without objections ordered.
Does that raise any concern for you?
None of us want terrorists in this country.
Then why are you shielding people here from being picked up by our ICE agents, referring to this as a Gestapo organization? You know, I never want to get up on another morning like I did on September 11th, 2001. There are people in this country who are here with the full intent to do us harm. They came across our borders illegally. 358 of them crossed the northern border into New York. Not all of them into New York, but some of them came through New York. There's arms smuggling across the Canadian border into New York. And you're shielding these people. Are you aware that if just 0.5% of the estimated 15 million, 14.7 million to be exact, that came into our country illegally during the Biden administration, if just 0.5% are tied to criminal organizations or terrorist organizations, that constitutes more than the combined active duty forces of the Army and Marines? Does that not strike you as something that should be of great concern to us?
Since you raised New York, I'd like to answer.
Are you aware?
We cooperate fully with all investigations, particularly terrorists. I mean, you
Well, how do
cannot
you know
say
if they're
9/11 and not invoke
How do you
incredible
know,
emotion
Governor
from us.
Hochul, that they're terrorists if you don't allow people to be picked up who came here illegally to at least give an account for their presence?
We say
How
they
do
should
you
be vetted
know
at the
if they're
border.
not part of that 400 that we know came in through an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling operation? You don't know. You're not even looking into that.
You're pointing to an abject failure of the federal government to do its job to secure
what
our
I'm pointing out
borders.
here is that your sanctuary policies now constitute a threat to our national security.
We cooperate in all criminal investigations.
You are engaged
Always
in
have, always will.
operations against federal government attempts to enforce federal law that I think now constitutes a threat to our national security, and you're in violation of federal law.
That's 100% false.
And charges for obstruction should be brought against each one of you for doing this. I'll leave that up to the Department of Justice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair,
Point of order, point of order. That was intimidation of the witness.
Do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry.
State your point.
Raising the prospect of charges against witnesses is a form of intimidation, is it not? Thank you. Thank you, and I withdraw the question. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much to our governors. And I want to say I apologize. I apologize for the abuse that you are facing in this committee that is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. And I also apologize for wasting your time because this is nothing more than political theater. Now, again, this committee is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. We did not have to have this faux creation of Doge. The committee itself, that is our job. So what I want to talk about is something that the American people may want to know, which is Economically, how is this impacting them? These failed immigration policies that are only put on so that they can have a show, because we have a reality show president who seemingly still believes that this is all about TV instead of real lives. So let me talk about something really quickly, because I want to clarify something, because I believe that all of you understand the importance of something like tourism. Are you aware, any of you, are you aware as to whether or not tourism in the United States is anticipated to decrease to the extent that we are estimated to lose $12.5 billion in international vendor spending in just the year 2025?
I can answer as the tourism capital of the country.
I assume you could.
Tourism's already down. It is down in the North Country, where the Canadians refuse to come over because of the hostility toward their country. It's happening in New York City. It's happening at our sporting events here, our theater. There's a ripple effect throughout our entire economy because of the change in attitude that our country, that once welcomed people from all over the world to visit and recreate and to live here, now feels like a very hostile place to them. It is going to have an economic impact on our bottom line, without a doubt.
So let's talk about it a little bit more. So I am supposed to have a number of FIFA games in Dallas, and I am fully anticipating that we are going to have a problem because I've been receiving phone calls that people don't feel safe coming here, and it's not the immigrants. It's this government that is making them feel unsafe. But let me also do this, because they love to cherry pick. They can find, any one person that has been killed, and if they've been killed by an immigrant, then God darn it, every single immigrant is going out and they are killers, and that is the problem. But they don't want to talk about white supremacy. I don't know how many hearings we gonna have about the fact that there's been this one immigrant that killed this one person. And no, I'm not excusing any killings by them or white supremacists, but they haven't had these hearings. We didn't have a hearing on Buffalo and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on El Paso and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on Charleston and what happened there. So it's interesting that they pick and choose, because it seems like they love to pal around with the white supremacists, and so they don't want to talk about certain other things. But economically, I want to make sure that we're making this point again, because I know that Governor Pritzker, you were the beneficiary of a lot of things from the state of Texas. And a lot of people believe that Republicans are fiscally responsible, but instead they are actually fiscally irresponsible, because what he spent was a whopping $221 million transporting people from Texas to your state. Something tells me that he could have done something else with that $221 million. In addition to that, I know that there's been some conversations about what's going on in LA, and they want to say that it's riots because they didn't want people to keep talking about, say, the Epstein files or whatever other drama was popping off between the president and his little friend. So they wanted to change the conversation to immigration because they feel like, well, the polling is in our benefit. But let me tell you something. If they cared about making sure we were going to be fiscally responsible, they would tell the American people that it cost them $134 million to send the National Guard to LA for the quote-unquote riots that the governor didn't ask for, nor did the mayor of LA ask for, and they sent them over there, and they say that they care about our service members, yet they sent them and they were laying on the floor. They did not provide for food. So I don't know why we would believe that, number one, they want to fix this. They don't want to fix this, because the brokenness is a feature, not a flaw of the system, because it is beneficial to them when it comes to campaigning. If they can't stoke fear, then why are they going to, say, have anybody vote for them? Because that's what people are doing. They're voting out of fear. But Ms. Perryman, we know each other a little well. And I know you got a law degree. And it seems like we all need law degrees in here nowadays to understand the Constitution. So really briefly, I just want to make this point. There is a certain person that was afforded, say, due process. But let's say if, say, Donald Trump had been charged with all of these cases that he got charged with in 4 different jurisdictions, if he wasn't afforded due process, there could have been a possibility that he just would have been locked up and thrown somewhere, right?
That would be a possibility.
And then maybe we wouldn't have a tariff war or anything else that we're dealing with or all the other nonsense. But the point is, he was afforded due process, and regardless of the political opposition, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, I thought, believe that due process should be afforded to everybody, even him.
Due process is for everyone.
Okay, so the Fifth Amendment doesn't say that it's just for the people that are Americans?
It does not.
It says anybody on our soil?
It's for everyone.
Okay, it's pretty simple. I don't know why we are having issues, but I thank you and I will yield.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona. Oh, before I recognize Dr. Gosar, Mr. Palmer has a unanimous consent request.
To enter to the record testimony before the Subcommittee of Oversight and Government Reform, Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement, from Joseph M. Humeyer, who is.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chair, I have unanimous consent.
Okay, Ms. Tlaib.
Can I please issue into to the record a statement from Senators Chang, Kavanaugh, and Santana and Bayer in response to the ICE detention and deportation of Mikel Bogoya Duranto?
Without objection to order. Now, Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona.
Governors, good afternoon. Would you agree that good process builds good policy, builds good politics? Pretty normal, right? Would you agree, Governor Pritzker?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Governor?
I would agree,
Walz?
Congressman.
Governor Hochul?
I would agree with that.
Good. Now, would you support the disclosure of federal fundings to nonprofits, either directly or indirectly? Governor Pritzker?
Federal funding of nonprofits, just generally, there is actually nonprofits do report their.
Well, they do kind of, because we don't get that. That's all blocked out, okay? But you can't make good decisions if you don't have that. Would you agree?
All of it is available, as I
Okay.
understand publicly, yes.
Now I'm going to quote U.S. Supreme Court Associate Justice Louis Brandeis. He said, "In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe and uphold the law scrupulously. Our government is potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for ill, it teaches the whole people by its example. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it invites contempt for the law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. It invites anarchy." So do you agree with, Governor Pritzker, do you agree with Louis Brandeis on this quote? How about you, Dr. Walz?
I do. It's what the President Trump has done, though. He is the one who has broken the law and the United States government.
Governor Hochul.
We follow all the laws, federal and state.
Okay, so why would I ask you about nonprofits financing and this quote from Louis Brandeis? What if I were to present you evidence that U.S. citizens and even foreign citizens on foreign soil were coaching illegal aliens how to bypass U.S. immigration law? Now let me remind you, as soon as an alien crosses the border illegally, they become criminals under the federal law. Governors or sanctuary policies blatantly ignore the supremacy clause, as Mr. Palmer expressed, of the U.S. Constitution, and it circumvents federal immigration laws to harbor criminals. As of July 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, there were over 660,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories in the United States. But I'm talking about everyone, not just criminals. Once you violate the law by entering our country illegally, let me be clear. You're aiding and abetting criminal illegal aliens, which is a felony under Title 8 U.S. Code 1324, punishable up to 20 years in prison or life in prison or even the death penalty. Seems kind of weird, but if this aiding and abetting results in someone's death, which this committee and all Americans know has happened. Wouldn't you want to even err on the aspect of caution? I would. I really would. Now, Governor Hochul, do you consider yourself, do you like nature, and do you consider yourself a conservationist? I do. I am one of those.
I'm particularly fond of New York State's great state parks, so yes, of course I love nature.
Good. So why would you allow illegal aliens to destroy a National Park Service land at Floyd Bennett Field? Yes, I was there. I got to see it all. But, I mean, even putting people in that process. Well,
I would hardly call it a park. It was a place that people used to train for military exercises.
But you know what? Somebody found it as a park, right? Did they not? They considered it a national park. It's a park. Okay.
Technically, it's under the Department of Interior.
Okay. Governor Walz, do you know the estimated size of 2 milligrams?
I think generally, yeah.
You can barely see it's the tip of a pencil, sharpened pencil at that. And that's a lethal dose of fentanyl, which your running mate, Harris' open border policies welcome to the United States. Similarly, your sanctuary policies are playing games with American lives. Do the millions of lives lost to fentanyl constitute an all-out assault on our broken borders? They do. Yes or no, do you support tribal communities, Governor Walz?
Do I support tribal communities?
Yeah.
Under PL 280 or?
Oh, do you support?
Yeah, I certainly
tribal?
do.
No, okay, I do. Okay. What about the transnational criminal cartels trafficking drugs and people across our tribal lands? This is epidemic. Epidemic. So I'm going to finish up by this. Governors, this is my promise to you. I will work tirelessly with President Trump to secure the border, build a wall, stop the flow of fatal fentanyl into our nation, and I will see that you are held accountable for the violations of our crimes against the people of the United States. Our immigration system is not broken. We just needed somebody like Donald Trump to uphold the rules of law. I pray for the safety of our immigration, ICE officers, and all the officers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Crockett has a unanimous consent request.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to submit a unanimous consent request for, this is from the Alabama Reflector. It says, study says undocumented immigrants paid almost $100 billion in taxes.
Without objection, so ordered.
And my second one is from Reuters. White supremacists behind over 80% of extremism-related U.S. murders in 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Now I recognize Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a couple of unanimous consent requests. The first is from Law and Crime magazine. Judge rebukes Department of Justice explanation for ignoring the court order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Subhead is the government again evaded its obligations. The judge upbraids the Trump administration's woefully and insufficient explanation for flouting his court order. The second one is from NBC News. Trump administration's threat to suspend core U.S. legal right sparks outcry and alarm.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you to our Democratic governors for being here today. This hearing is an utter and complete waste of your time. It is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Republicans have called you here alleging that you are circumventing federal law. You are not. But you know who is the poster child, who is violating federal law daily? The current occupant of the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump. To make matters worse, these hardworking governors had to leave their states to be here in a moment when their work is incredibly difficult. Because Donald J. Trump and his accomplices and co-conspirators, who, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about your constituents, and he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't even respect the seat you hold in Congress as a co-equal branch of government. But Donald Trump and his accomplices, many of whom are in this room, are hell-bent. What you want your legacy to be is that you're tearing food away from our babies and medical care from our elders. These Democratic governors have to stand in the gap and figure out how to stretch budgets and modify programs to keep their constituents fed and alive. Constituents like this precious little soul that I wish I didn't have to leave to come be here. Layla, who drew me this rainbow, a 5-year-old who lives with a rare liver disease, had a successful liver transplant at Boston Medical Center. Thank God. She is thriving today. But Layla will need immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of her life that are paid for by Medicaid. And without Medicaid, well, I shudder to think what might happen to Layla. But for sure, a family will at least go bankrupt trying to do everything to keep their baby alive. That's what these governors, that's the situation that they've been put in because you're a big-ass, ugly bill, and if it comes to pass. And they're dealing with the fallout of this White House pulling federal grants recklessly. Grown men throwing temper tantrums. So again, let me be plain. The Trump administration is breaking the law, not these Democratic governors. Ms. Perryman, how many legal challenges is the Trump administration currently facing?
I believe there's over 300 right now.
And Ms. Perryman, can you explain how litigation like this has helped to shield and defend vulnerable communities?
Absolutely. Without our courts upholding the rule of law and upholding the rights of people, right now there could be federal funds frozen across the country that would endanger things like Head Start and Meals on Wheels and community safety programs, including community safety programs that help prosecutors and help law enforcement in states and communities across the country. The administration has terminated over $800 million in Office of Justice program grants that we are having to challenge in court, and the list goes on and on and on.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Thank you for your good work. That's right, in case after case, the media might not want you to know, but we are winning. Trump tried to end birthright citizenship, blocked. He tried to shut down asylum, blocked. He tried to defund cities, blocked. And because we are winning in court, Republicans are trying to change the rules to rig the system. Tucked in the big ugly bill the Republicans voted for is a provision, Section 70302, titled Restriction on Enforcement, that would restrict the judiciary from enforcing court orders and holding government officials accountable. This is an intentional and deliberate attempt to undermine the courts so that the Trump administration can break the law with impunity. Republicans, Ms. Perryman, pretend to care about law and order, but this provision is the exact opposite. What message does this send to people who count on the courts to protect their rights?
It suggests that the people that voted for the bill don't want the American people protected and that they don't want them to access their courts and access the ability to protect their rights.
Don't want the American people protected, that part. Allegedly all in the name of law and order and safety. This is about nothing but power and control and abuse of power and terror, which makes everyone less safe. The shame and the sham of it all. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Glad to see we have 3 governors here. I hear a lot about Illinois being from Wisconsin. I just had some builders in my office yesterday talking about all the Illinois people building houses in southern Wisconsin to get out of Illinois. In any event, I think we have a very generous country here right now. Every year, about 850,000 new citizens another 8 million new citizens are sworn in, naturalized in this country. I think we have about another 500,000 people coming in this country on work visas, and a little under that coming in on student visas. So we're very generous about allowing people in this country. I should have said 850,000 new people sworn in. In any event, it's not impossible to get here legally. Nevertheless, we have a lot of people every year overstaying visas or still sneaking across the border. And the question I'm going to ask you guys and gal is, do you believe we should have immigration laws in this country? We'll start, I guess, right down the line. Governor Walz.
Congressman, the question is, should we have immigration laws?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, we should.
Governor Pritzker.
They're very important. In fact, we should have more robust immigration in this country, and it should be done under a law.
Ms. Hochul?
Yes, of course, we should have immigration laws.
Okay.
In fact, we do.
The question is, when people come in this country and break those laws, do you believe they should be enforced? Let's say people come in this country, Gulf of Mexico, Pacific Ocean, however they come here. Should they be spun around and sent back out of the country, or should we just allow them to stay here?
It depends if they're, Congressman, if they're coming on an asylum claim, protected status.
Exact question. Assuming they come on an asylum claim and that claim has been rejected, should they be allowed to stay here?
The judge denies their asylum claim? No, they should not. They should not be able to.
Governor Pritzker, if somebody's overstaying, we'll say a different way, overstaying their say, work visas, a student visa, should they be allowed to stay here or should they be removed?
Given due process, sir.
Should they be removed?
Due process is required, yes.
Okay, Governor Hochul.
Yes, agree. Following due process, the federal government has the authority to make those removals. It has nothing to do with.
I'll
state
ask you,
skills that-
should people who are here illegally get welfare benefits? Mr. Governor Walz?
Are they at food stamps, low-income housing?
Should they get assistance that would be here?
Yes.
We provide for all of our people in Minnesota. It's one of the reasons.
Okay, so your statement is that if somebody comes here, say on an asylum claim, whatever, they should be able to get low-income housing benefits, almost free rent, free food, free health care. That's what you believe?
I believe states' rights, and in some states they do.
Well, I know that's what you believe we should do. Okay, Mr. Governor Pritzker?
It's the federal government's job to determine what welfare benefits at the federal level, and I can say to you that we have hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Illinois who are undocumented but have been living, abiding by the law, holding down a job, paying taxes.
Okay,
for
so are
years and
they
years and
getting,
years.
do you believe it's right then that if they come here, they should get free housing, free medical care, free food?
It depends on the circumstances. I'm just explaining to you, though, that we have millions of people across the United States who are here, and we're here long before you got
No,
elected.
I know all
or I
that.
got
I mean, the
elected.
question is, you don't have a problem with them getting benefits, these benefits?
Again, law-abiding, tax-paying, we're talking about people who are adding to
Okay,
our
I'll take it to
society.
be, well, not if they're not working. But either way, you have no problem giving them those benefits?
We provide benefits to people all
Okay,
across.
Ms. Hochul, is that the same thing with you? Do you believe people come here who are not citizens, come here, make a asylum claim, they should all be getting food, health care, housing?
Depending on which law you're referring to, in certain circumstances, we do provide these services, but they're not universal.
Okay, well, to most people, your average person who's overstaying a student visa in New York, do you think they should be getting food stamps, housing, medical care?
We provide Medicaid for individuals who are senior citizens or moms with new babies.
Well, we know when people are eligible, the question is people who are not citizens who are overstaying a student or work visa. Are
No,
they
people
eligible
are
for-
making their own way here in the state of New York. In fact, I have 400,000 open jobs. I wish you could
You're
help
not
find a
answering the
path-
question.
find a
I take
path
it to
get-
mean, I'm just.
Give
by a
us more
second,
work
because I want you to answer
authorizations.
the
Let's put
question.
them to work. Let's put them to work.
But you refuse to answer the question. If somebody is otherwise eligible for low-income housing or food stamps or medical care in New York, do you believe they should be entitled to those benefits
There's
as
not a
Americans?
blanket answer to that. It depends on which provision of the social services law. In some cases, it's allowed. In some cases, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simon from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would hope that I am also able to go over my time.
I'm sorry, California.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I, as my colleague did, I hope I am allowed to also go over my time by approximately 45 seconds.
Well, I've been very fair. You've had, Mr. Frost went over a minute and a half.
Okay, I'm just asking. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. I just wanted to
I didn't say you could, but you can go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I have a fair opportunity to also speak as an individual of this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. I am so honored to be here today and having this really important conversation. You know, we talked about victim advocacy in this place. Actually, I was a victim advocate. I was a 8133 in San Francisco for many years and had to sit with families who buried their folks, and sitting, literally figuring out how to mend together obituaries. I've worked with young people who have been victims of gun violence and literally have had to scrub blood off the streets. There is nothing that anyone can say to a family, I get it, that is grieving. We have a lot of work to do, not just here in this country, around the world, to deter violence. I come from a state, the fourth largest economy in the world, with the best public education, higher public education system in this country. In fact, at California, Berkeley, we lead some of the research that are keeping folks here and your relatives alive. Those labs and that research is being attacked by this administration, but I digress. I have a number of questions today, but this hearing has been so difficult Not only was I a victim advocate for many years, working with folks who had witnessed and who had been victimized by rape, by murder, I also led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area that was founded by JFK, and our asylum clinic honored the work of this country by supporting folks who came here escaping tyranny and violence to just be met by an immigration system day after day that spat in their face. I'm thankful to both members of the private bar and our community lawyers who are doing their American duty by supporting people who are leaving tyranny. I have actually one question. I'm concerned that we're deflating the conversation around public safety. It's my understanding that the current administration, and this question goes to you, Ms. Perriman, has deducted or stopped payments of upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding around the country. With my time remaining, can you talk to us a little bit about this very hypocritical moment in time where we're uplifting public safety and yet we're taking resources away from communities, police departments, community safety leaders, and organizations that are taking guns out of kids' hands? Give us a little bit of the flavor. Talk about what money has been taken away from communities under this administration.
Yes, since January, the administration has abruptly terminated a range of funding and grants for community programs across the country, including grants under the Office of Justice Programs, which was obviously a law that President Reagan signed. And there's been over 800 million grants and funding that have been abruptly terminated that we are having to litigate right now. They have also cut off funding for programs that help lawyers and law enforcement become trained in what they're doing in communities across the country to keep people safe. And then I know that one of the colleagues mentioned terrorism, and as part of the administration's broader funding freeze, federal funding freeze that we had to block in the first weeks of this administration and that remains blocked by a federal court, officials from states like Arizona and Oregon swore out declarations in court talking about the risk to counterterrorism funding that they were concerned about with respect to this administration's federal funding freeze. Those are just some examples. Our team is literally in court every single day.
Ms. Perriman, so would you say, is it of your knowledge that police chiefs, their grants have been frozen?
Yes, many people in community safety programs.
And so taking away literally upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding from around the country, including violence prevention and gun safety programs, would you say this administration is making us more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Any members, any other governors? Would you have any? I have a few seconds.
We have programs that we work with the federal government between cities, law enforcement, and federal government law enforcement that are being torn apart. And, drug task forces, our gang task forces, gun task forces, this is making us less safe.
Grants for rape kits and rape investigations, the disembowelment of the Department of Education, including the Office of Civil Rights that investigated rape and sexual assault on college campuses, decimated. I would agree that our administration is making us less safe. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sad to say I'm disappointed today, but, governors, Ms. Perriman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Great to have you here and hear about your thoughts and views on things. Governor Pritzker, you said, I think numerous times now, that the president broke the law. You're an attorney, right? Northwestern? Is that where you went to law school?
Congressman, yes, sir.
So just, can you cite which law in this regard he's broken?
Well, there have been congressionally approved appropriations that this president has cut off, and we've had to go to court. That's illegal. We've had to go to court to have it reinstated.
It's illegal.
It is
illegal. If you have to go to court, it's illegal, and it's still working its way through the courts, right?
Yes, but things have been ruled on already.
It's not illegal yet. It's your opinion. But regarding
when a judge rules on it,
okay,
that's the law. Okay.
It's the law at that moment until the next judge rules on it. Okay. Right? Because you understand the court system. You're the attorney here. I'm not. But you're not saying he broke the law regarding the riots in in Los Angeles right now, or are you saying that?
That hasn't been ruled upon yet, so.
But are you
the-
saying
the
he broke
answer
the
is,
law in
I
that
believe
regard
that he
or not?
did, but that is not what I'm referring to.
Okay, you're not referring to
No,
that.
I just
Okay,
told you
all right,
there
I
are
just want to be clear
appropriations,
about that.
congressional appropriations.
Because the
that have been
implication,
cut off.
because of what this hearing is about, is that you're saying that he broke the law regarding the mobilization in Los Angeles, and you're not saying that. I want to make that clear. You're not saying that.
What he is doing is overstepping his authority, and we are going to court.
Oh, okay. So
And
okay. So let
and
me
we are
ask you a
backing
couple
up.
questions because I want to go through a little
Yeah.
walk down memory lane here in history for you. In 1794, George Washington mobilized the military. You familiar with the Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was Washington beyond his scope? Did he overstep?
What about inciting riots
I'm just
on
asking
January
if he
6th
did.
at the Capitol, right
We're
in
talking-
this
sir,
building? What,
sir,
what,
sir.
well, you're asking.
I'm asking. You're saying he's breaking the law.
Yes.
Ms.
He
Hochul,
has broken the
Governor
law,
Hochul,
and he
you're
is
also
breaking
an attorney. How about Abraham Lincoln, 1862? Did he do it?
The abuse of power is an overreach into the
Okay.
responsibility
How about
of
Dwight
state-
Eisenhower? Did he do it when he mobilized?
in situations where
John
you're
Kennedy.
overruling.
John Kennedy.
You seriously don't want an
Twice.
answer from me.
John
I won't
F.
even
Kennedy.
bother.
How about Lyndon Johnson, 1865, 1965, and 67, and 68? Is that you're saying that's against the law? What the president is now doing? Are you guys? You're the attorneys here, and I'm not talking to Governor Walz here because he's not an attorney. He called himself a knucklehead, so I'm leaving him out of this right now. Are you guys familiar with sections 251 through 255 of Title 10 of the U.S. Code?
The conditions under which a president may usurp the authority of a governor in activating the National Guard is under an invasion or an insurrection. I would
Well,
argue that neither one of those
Governor
standards have
Hochul,
been met.
I would refer you to Section 253. I'm not going to bore everybody with reading it for you, but you're wrong. And to accuse the president, quite honestly, that's the least that you've accused him of. You've also, in this room, he's been accused of being a dictator, maybe not by you. And if you're willing to say he's not one, we'd love to hear it. But also that the law enforcement agents are Nazis with Gestapo-like tactics. Governor Walz, you mentioned that in a commencement speech. Now, let me ask you, I'm going to ask each three of you this. 8 CFR 287.7. It arises from the Secretary's power under Section 103A3 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA. So do Sections 236, 241, 287. Are those things laws that should be followed and enforced? Are you okay with those things being laws and enforced or not?
For federal immigration laws are designed to be enforced by the federal government.
So you're okay? You're okay with that? Is that each one of you?
The state cooperates.
I don't know what you read. I don't have that in front of me.
These are laws, Governor Walz, that are on the books. It's the Immigration and Nationalities Act, and those are sections of them, as is 8 U.S.C. 1226A, 8 U.S.C. 1357A2, 8 U.S.C. 1357A4, 8 U.S.C. 1357A5.
Would the gentleman provide copies of that for the witnesses? If you're going to cite a law, you provide a copy for the witnesses typically.
Out of order, Mr.
These two governors, two of these governors are attorneys, sir. I'm not. They should know this and I shouldn't. But I'm just asking, let's just assume that these are laws. Let's just assume I'm not lying to you, that these are laws on the books right now. Are you okay with them being enforced?
You might be asking us a lot. Governors don't get to deal in hypotheticals.
Okay, so putting myself on them, these are laws. These are current laws on the books regarding immigration and naturalization.
We abide by all of those laws.
You will abide by all these laws.
We abide by federal law.
Governor Hochul, do you abide?
State law.
We follow all state and federal laws.
Governor Walz, do you abide?
We abide by
Is
all
there
laws
any
of due process.
detainer? Is there any ICE detainer that you will reject? That you will instruct your law enforcement community or corrections facilities and enforcement community in your states to reject? Anyone for any reason? A legal ICE detainer under the laws that I just cited?
Every jurisdiction in Minnesota follows the law.
Every single one.
Okay, and his gentleman's time's expired, but feel free to answer the question, Governor Walz.
Governor Pritzker?
We follow all laws, states.
But you don't. That's my point.
In
You
Minnesota,
actually don't.
there's
I want
a
you to
Florida
say you
law.
will, because we hope you will, but you
Well,
actually don't, and you haven't,
Well, the
which is
courts-
why we have
the
this
courts will
horrific
determine
mess.
that.
I yield.
Chair,
Can we allow their witness to answer? That'd be great. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, governors, for being here. I am the proud daughter of immigrants who fled an authoritarian regime, and it is especially devastating as a first-generation American to watch Donald Trump's reckless, cruel, and radical policies transform this country into an authoritarian regime. Mr. Perry just mocked us for referring to Donald Trump as a dictator, so let's run through the list. Donald Trump has, since he was inaugurated, pardoned violent January 6 insurrectionists, dictator, defied Supreme Court orders and attacked the judiciary, dictator, unilaterally abolished congressionally chartered federal agencies, dictator, attacked the free press, sounds like a dictator, kidnapped people off of the streets and deported them to foreign prisons without due process, sounds like a dictator, defunded higher education, dictator, threatened law firms and the legal profession, dictator. This weekend, he is spending tens of millions of dollars to host a massive military parade for his birthday. Is this North Korea? On top of all of that, our twice impeached president with a 34-count convicted felony president who is not a king has deployed the active duty military in American cities, and he has spent $134 million to do so. He has their guns trained on American citizens without the consent of local authorities or the state's governor to purposefully generate chaos and provoke a reaction. Meanwhile, we have Republicans on this side of the aisle asking governors of states about bathrooms. This is the most dystopian, horrific episode of Black Mirror that I have ever seen. To our witnesses, the governors, thank you so much for being here today. I agree with my colleagues who say this is a waste of your time. You have been instrumental in fighting back against cruel and illegal Trump administration actions. I represent an extremely diverse district, one of the most diverse in the country, where more than 64 languages are spoken. I can tell you that the actions of this administration towards immigrants and immigrant communities is a blatant abuse of power, but more importantly, these steps are harming our economy and our national security. So I want to ask you a little bit about that. Governor Walz, can you share the ways in which immigrants contribute economically to your state?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Well, there's no aspect in Minnesota life that they're not involved, whether it's economically in the impact that they make, whether it's involved in the arts and the culture that Minnesota is very proud of, whether they're in higher professions, medical students, engineers. And Minnesota is proud to have an immigrant heritage. We sat on the land of the Dakota and the Anishinaabe, and all the rest of us came through via immigration. And so the impact is widespread. It's intertwined. It may have been the Norwegians and the Swedes, then the Hmongs and the Somalis, but it's the same story, coming to America for a chance to start and then contribute to a better state.
Thank you so much, Governor Walz. And in fact, according to the American Community Survey, immigrants paid $382 billion in federal taxes and $196.3 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Undocumented immigrants using individual tax identification numbers paid $59.4 billion in federal and $13.6 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Governor Pritzker, you recently called immigrants the anchors of their communities. How does Donald Trump's mass deportation project harm the security of your state and instill fear throughout Illinois communities?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me be clear. The Homan raids that occurred in the first week of the Trump administration drove people into hiding. It ruined the entire area of commerce for our Mexican-American community, where people who were documented, people who are citizens actually, had to go into hiding because they know people that are undocumented. They didn't want to get picked up and having to talk about somebody that they know that's undocumented. You could see it was a ghost town. It was a ghost town. We've had people who are working, I'm talking about for decades, who've raised families, who are paying taxes in my state, who have had to flee. And these are good people. These are our neighbors. These are people that are bringing culture and art to our communities, people that should be given an opportunity if we had good immigration laws to apply to stay legally in this country and maybe to become U.S. citizens. Indeed, many of them have proven themselves to be maybe more worthy than some people who are already U.S. citizens. Let's give them an opportunity. So I can tell you that it's had a profoundly negative impact on my state, that Donald Trump has been attacking people who are not the problem. Let's go after people. If you're talking about terrorists, and one of the congressmen mentioned that, let's go after terrorists. Let us know who they are. We will go arrest a terrorist any day of the week, every day of the week.
Governor Hochul, if you could also answer.
I'm very proud to represent the state that has the Statue of Liberty in our harbor. Millions of migrants and immigrants have passed through, including my own grandparents. My grandfather was a migrant farm worker. They are an important part of our identity, our economy. The diversity of New York is what sets us apart and makes us so fascinating and so desirable for businesses large and small. They are so critical to our identity and our existence. And I'm really hurt. It hurts me as the leader of a state where people are living in fear in the shadows. People can't go to school. They can't worship. They can't go get health care. They can't go to their senior center. What is happening has been traumatic. It's unnecessary. We will help every day of the week to get rid of people who commit crimes that never should have come here or commit crimes here. That is my number one job. But what is happening is un-American.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, the difference is that the millions of Americans that came through Ellis Island did so legally. I'll yield to my friend from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, are you a Democrat? Yes or no?
I'm a proud registered Democrat, yes.
Did you support Joe Biden for president? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Did you support the Biden administration's policies for the past 4 years?
I raised my concerns in many
That's
meetings
a
with
yes
the
or no
administrations
question.
about how the border was being enforced, and so I raised concerns.
So
I
you
said-
just stated, I'll reclaim my time, you said you're a proud Democrat. You supported Joe Biden for president. Clearly, you supported the Biden administration's policies.
I've
Did
supported
you
many of
swear,
them, yes,
Governor
I have.
Hochul, did you swear an oath to faithfully uphold New York's Constitution and laws?
I certainly did.
In 2017, New York became a sanctuary state when Governor Cuomo signed Executive Order 170. This states, it directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by the law. Do you support this law as governor of New York?
Yes, this pertains to civil enforcement.
So you do enforce sanctuary policies of New York?
I supporting helping law enforcement when it comes and ICE when it comes to.
Thank
dealing
you. I
with
reclaim my
criminals.
time. You support sanctuary policies that have led to the horrific murder of people, Americans. This Fox News got it wrong. It should say monster. Arrested in broad daylight rape of a 13-year-old in a New York park. This girl was raped at knife point in the park near New York Mets Stadium. That's your state, Governor Hochul. New York Post also got it wrong and called him a migrant. That's a monster. Busted in brutal beating of New York PD cops in Times Square are members of bloodthirsty Trinde Aragua gangs. That's your state where you support your sanctuary state laws. Also, Governor Hochul, do you recognize this image where a homeless woman was burned alive by an illegal alien monster, where you uphold the laws to protect these monsters in your state, and then you force the New York citizens that pay taxes to pay for these people? This is the result of your sick and disgusting treasonous laws that you uphold as governor.
New York is not a
I
sanctuary
didn't
state for
recognize you,
criminals.
Ms. Hochul. This is my time. Do you know the name Laken Riley? Do you know the name Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do. Jose Ibarra murdered 22-year-old Laken Riley. He's an illegal alien monster from Venezuela, convicted of 10 charges. He was first arrested by the Biden administration that you stated that you support. Joe Biden for president, right? Proud Democrat, Governor Hochul. First arrested at the border and released by the Democrats that you support. Then, guess what? He made it to New York because the Biden administration flew illegals all over the country, and your state was one that accepted them. He lived at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Then he flew, get this is shocking. He flew from the state of New York to my home state in Georgia, and you all paid for it. Because, why? Because it was reticketing, and that was the little gift that you were giving my state by sending monsters there. Costs the state of New York $5 to $10 million a day to feed and house illegals. Are you smiling at me about this?
No, I'm not.
You look like you got quite a smile on your face.
No.
Because I can tell you,
Gentlelady
people,
will not.
this is my time, reclaiming my time.
I'm thinking about
attack the
parents.
witness.
Don't you dare
Don't attack the
smile
witness.
about the murder of
No, I'm
Lake and
thinking about
Riley.
her parents.
The third
Don't
time,
question how I look.
Jose
My heart is
Ibarra-
breaking for her
my
parents.
time, Governor Hochul. The third time he was arrested was in the sanctuary city of Athens, another Democrat policy. And then he went on and attempted to rape Laken Riley and murdered her. He murdered her. Let me explain something to you. This little girl right here, she would be alive today if you weren't such a treasonous governor supporting sanctuary laws in the state of New York. This little girl would be alive today, and her mother very much would like for her to be alive. This is outrageous for anybody in this country to support for non-citizens to be able to come in our country, be able to travel wherever they want, and then make taxpayers pay to house them, feed them, and then give them a plane ticket after they had been arrested in their state. That's what you did. You are responsible for the murder of this little girl, Laken Riley. And the Department of Justice should prosecute you for her murder.
Objection. Objection.
I don't care how much you object, and if you
Objection.
support it too,
Objection.
you're responsible for her murder.
right.
I yield
Gentlelady-
back, Mr. Chairman.
On a point of order. On
Gentlelady-
a point of order.
Gentlelady's
On
time's
a point of
expired.
order.
State your point.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses have been here for over 4 hours. They've all voluntarily have been engaging with our members with respect. They've all treated our members with respect.
Laken
Our
Riley
rules
is
of
dead
decorum-
forever.
Our rules
Forever.
of decorum.
Forever.
Our
They
rules
can
of
sit
decorum
there all
reclaiming
day.
my time.
Hold on.
Reclaiming
No,
my
wait,
time.
state your point.
I'm
State
trying to.
State your
Let
point.
me- let me do it without
It's a
interruption.
point of inquiry,
Our
not a
rules-
debate. You've had your time.
Our rules, if you would let me speak, our rules of decorum dictate that our witnesses should be treated with respect, and I ask you to enforce decorum and remind committee members to treat our witnesses with respect.
Our members are treating the witnesses with respect. This is not a courtroom. We engage with the witnesses, and I think everybody's acting within the realm. We haven't cried and screamed when you all are criticizing the current president, even though that's in the rules,
And
not to
breaking the
criticize.
all and
All
how
right.
they look, how they look.
All right,
That's-
maybe
Mr. Chairman.
if you win the chairmanship, if you all flip the House, you win the chairmanship, then you can do what Ms. Crockett says she's going to do and then try to impeach Trump again or whatever you're all.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance you would yield me 30 seconds to just respond that we are heartbroken what happened to her family? Laken Riley should be alive today. And I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I truly am what happened. But this has nothing to do with our civil enforcement of the laws. We are always cooperating with criminal investigations, always have, always will. So misstating our policies is not serving the purpose of making sure we have meaningful policies that'll actually move the dime. Why aren't we working together to come up with meaningful immigration reform, secure our borders, do vetting at the
Wait a
border?
minute.
We're simply asking
We're going to go
for
back.
that.
Okay, Governor, with all due respect, there was no, the policy of the previous administration was an open border. It was an open border. You all supported that. Now you're saying we need.
Point of order, whose
You were
time is
saying
it?
you were, no, wait a minute.
Point of
Ms.
inquiry, whose time is it?
Ocasio-Cortez, I will recognize you because I like you.
Thank
But now,
you.
but here, wait,
Thank
wait
you
just
so
a
much,
second.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Here's the border was open, and you all said nothing. All right, now you said we had to pass legislation. We didn't have to pass legislation. Donald Trump secured the border on the first day. Now, there's no question you all have been obstructing and criticizing and failing to work with this administration in trying to apprehend the criminal illegals. That's what this hearing's about. It's not about theater. It's about trying to get a consensus on working with this administration to deport the criminal illegals.
We do it every day of the week,
Not defend all
Mr.
the people
Chairman.
who are over here illegally, to deport the criminal illegals. So
We do it every day of the
everyone's out
week.
of order. I'm going to
Fact,
let Ms.
not-
Ocasio-Cortez state her point, and then we're going to go to Ro Khanna.
Oh, we can continue. I was just curious whose time it was, but we can proceed.
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this tweet. Just happened, stunning. Senator Alex Padilla from California was just forcibly removed from the news conference being